Chapter 2182. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hey, Yixian, hurry up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you think I'm you? Do you think I'd dare to come out if I didn't complete the task given to me by Master's wife? But I heard that Master's wife is coming out of seclusion. Let's see how you're going to explain yourself. Mother is coming out of seclusion. Yixian, don't scare me. What's the benefit of scaring you? No. But Kong Yue and the others are going to Emo City to play today. I want to go too. Who cares? Anyway, I've completed my task. I'm not afraid. At this moment, the person in front of Yixian was none other than Wang Tian. During this period, Yixian's wife had been paying close attention to this genius disciple. It could be said that she knew very well what kind of place the fifth palace was. Therefore, every time she came out, she would definitely set a cultivation task for Yixian. Fortunately, Yixian wasn't worried at all. With the devouring system in hand, as long as Yixian had the resources, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yixian became the person who leveled up the fastest in the fifth palace. In just half a year, it was difficult for the others to even improve their cultivation, let alone level up. However, Yixian had already reached the peak of the intermediate divine realm. Of course, this was mainly because the fifth palace master, the 6 great elders, and the other senior brothers had taken good care of Yixian. Wang Tianjin took out another treasure and handed it to Yixian. Here you go. Hee, good stuff for refining the body. My dad got me too. One for you and the other for me. Well, let's make a deal. You have to tell me when the time comes that I've been cultivating with you every day. I say, Senior Brother Wang, do you think Master's wife will believe me? I don't care. At worst, I'll cultivate tomorrow. No matter what, we have to go to Emo City today. Come, let's go. Yixian didn't say anything. He was indeed preparing to leave for a while. During this period of time, he had been staying in the 5th hall and had not gone to see Fian. He also did not know how Fian was doing recently. Soon, they met up with Kong Yu and the others from the 7th palace and headed to Emo City together. The 7th palace was a branch that was almost entirely made up of female disciples. The rule of the 7th palace was that female disciples were easy to accept, but male disciples, unless they were peerless geniuses, could not even dream of entering. However, in reality, there were very few male disciples who were recognized. This was also the reason why Wang Tianjin liked to run to the 7th palace. Junior brother Yi is also here? That's great. Our Jia Ling has been looking forward to seeing junior brother Wang every day. Yixian had become familiar with this group of senior sisters since a long time ago. As for Ling, she was cute, and her cultivation had even attained the high-rank domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. She could be considered to be extremely formidable. However, it just so happened that she'd taken a liking to Yixian as soon as she laid eyes on Yixian. Yixian's usual way of doing things was to ignore them. This time was no exception as well, and he just smiled lightly. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm afraid I can't go with all of you this time. I intend to go to a place by myself. Junior brother Yi, where are you going? It was Linger who spoke these words, and her eyes were filled with concern. Oh, the place I'm going to isn't a secret. It's just the Emo City training camp. Everyone knows that I came from the Emo City training camp in the beginning, so I intend to go back and take a look. Is that so? Alright, feel free to go there, Junior brother Yi. We'll send you a voice transmission when we return. Yixian nodded and directly left by himself. The benefit of being with this group of people was freedom. This group of disciples from the Emo City Pavilion seemed to be carefree all day long because practically all of them were the children of the Emo City Pavilion's elders or even the hall master. There was no pressure to cultivate here at all, and they didn't have the worry of finding resources. Perhaps ordinary disciples would have to risk their lives to obtain treasures, but they only had to ask their parents to obtain them. Yixian wasn't on the same side as them, but he could only join them because of Wang Tianjin. Qiyuim, of course. This was also to make it easier to investigate the secrets of the Emo City Pavilion. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the inner and outer 9 great halls knew about the first hall. The first hall seemed to be an isolated world. People only knew that everyone there was incomparably powerful. People only knew that as long as one was ambitious, one would want to enter the first hall. But they didn't know what was there. Of course, Yi Xian had set up layers of restrictions in Fian's residence. At the same time, Yi Xian also left enough cultivation resources for Fian. However, Yi Xian still couldn't let it go after such a long time. In other people's eyes, half a year might be just a blink of an eye, but in Yi Xian's eyes, half a year was indeed very long. Girl, are you there? Young master, why have you come to my place today? Could it be that something happened? Hee, can I come to see you if there's nothing? Oh right, are you used to this place? Young master has given me such a good cultivation environment. How could I not be satisfied? Young master can rest assured. I can cultivate here in peace. That's good. Yi Xian nodded. He wasn't really worried about anything. After all, once he cultivated, time passed very quickly. Only he, Yi Xian, didn't need to cultivate, so he had nothing to do every day. Suddenly, from Yi Xian's side, a stream of light flew straight to Fian. Whether it was Yi Xian or Fian, there were some differences. However, when he saw the stream of light, Yi Xian was even more puzzled. Wasn't this the spirit god winged spirit that senior brother Wang gave to Yi Xian? One had to know that during this period of time, it wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't studied this thing, but it didn't seem to be of any use. But today, he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to fly to Fian's side. Where did young master get this thing? He didn't expect Fian, who had always been calm, to be so excited when she saw the winged spirit. This was given to me by a senior brother when I didn't go to the pavilion today. But does the girl like it? If you like it, you can take it. Really? Then this little girl thanks young master. Fian didn't refuse, and Yi Xian didn't mind. To be honest, Yi Xian had never understood the use of this winged spirit. Moreover, he didn't want to use the system. Now that he was fated with Fian, Yi Xian wouldn't be stingy. However, the next scene caused Yi Xian to be rather surprised. Fian seemed to have said a few strange words to the winged spirit. The winged spirit instantly turned into a pair of invisible wings and directly merged with Fian. This thing was actually a pair of wings. Yi Xian was greatly surprised. If he hadn't seen Fian, no one would have been able to discover this secret. Whether it was in Wang Tian's hands or in Yi Xian's hands, this winged spirit had always been treated as an ornamental object. Chapter 2183. Of course, the wings were secondary. The key was Fian's strength. She actually broke through to the peak of the heavenly god realm in one go. She directly surpassed Yi Xian. Yi Xian could be considered to have thoroughly experienced what was called opportunity. This was called opportunity. In the fifth palace, he often obtained some treasures, but his cultivation had only just reached the peak of the intermediate heavenly god realm. However, in the blink of an eye, Fian directly advanced to the peak of the upper-level heavenly god realm. This speed of advancement was simply even crazier than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was still happy for Fian's advancement. After continuing to chat with Fian for a while, Yi Xian received Wang Tianjin's voice transmission. It turned out that Master's wife had come out of seclusion early. She found that Wang Tianjin was not here and was currently angry. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This time, there would be a good show to watch when he went back. Hee girl, you stay here and cultivate well. I'll go back first. Yes, young master. Fian nodded. Only after sending Yi Xian off did she turn around and go back. Yi Xian and quickly found Wang Tianjin. At this time, Wang Tianjin's face was not looking good. It's over. Yi Xian, it's over. This time, I'll definitely be punished. Why did mother come out of seclusion early? I'm dead for sure. Senior brother Wang, when you came out, I reminded you. You disloyal fellow, do you really want to see me make a fool of myself? That's right. Why don't we just say that I'm here to accompany you and you're here to take a look at Mo Shang's training camp? Senior brother, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that master's wife still won't let you off. Then what should I do? Yi Xian, junior brother Yi, quickly help me think of a way. Don't look at me. I have no way anyway. Yi Xian shrugged. This action was something he had learned from Wang Tianjin. You're such a boring guy. It's over, it's really over this time. Even if Yi Xian had a solution, he naturally wouldn't help him. This guy had never been willing to focus on cultivation. Although this wasn't a bad thing, the God realm was filled with danger. Let's not talk about the distant future. Let's talk about the Lingbo Lake. Sooner or later, the matter would blow up. If he really encountered danger one day, Wang Tianjin wouldn't be able to survive without any means of defense. Therefore, Yi Xian was actually very supportive of his master's wife controlling Wang Tian. After returning to the fifth palace, as expected, Wang Tianjin was dragged out for the test. But surprisingly, Yi Xian was also dragged out. However, the person who pulled him back was not his master's wife, but his master. "Master, where are you taking me?" Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, this master of his would not bother with such matters. What was going on today? Hurry up. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. Yi Xian had no choice but to run after his master. But when Yi Xian arrived, he found that there were already many disciples there. And it seemed that they were all waiting for him. Yi Xian, I thought you were going to give up this opportunity. Luckily, you arrived on time. Yi Xian's name was quite well known in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Mo Shang Training Camp, first place on the genius ranking. The moment he arrived, the 9 great palaces fought over him. In just half a year, he had risen several levels. It could be said that anything that happened when Yi Xian sat down was shocking. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not want to be famous, it would be difficult. "Greetings, Uncle Master." "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. I don't have much confidence in which mystic realm you're going to this time. Now, take out your battlefield teleportation talismans. You must remember that you're going to the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. Although there are countless opportunities there are also countless dangers. Therefore, no matter which one of you is there, once you meet your companions, you must stick together. In the battlefield of the gods, no sect can interfere. Therefore, fighting is inevitable. Do you understand? Battlefield of the gods? What's that?" Yi Xian was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, his master reminded him in time. It turned out that when Yi Xian had just joined the sect, an elder had given him something that seemed like a teleportation talisman, and it was the proof of passage to the battlefield of the gods. After every single battle between the overgods, it was unavoidable that many treasures would be left behind on the battlefield. So, under the tacit agreement of the overgods on both sides, such a trial was held. Of course, only those below the domain enlightened spirit god realm could enter, and they would be responsible for everything after they entered. Whether they lived or died, or whether they were able to obtain any fortuitous encounters, all depended on their own luck. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he found out about the situation. The battlefield of the gods, it's actually the battlefield of the gods. Even if he was only at the heavenly god realm and could only enter the outer battlefield, it was absolutely a rare opportunity. Alright, all of you take care of yourselves. The battlefield has been opened, and all of you can enter. Along with these words, all of them crushed their battlefield teleportation talismans. To be honest, these things were very difficult to obtain, and they could only be bestowed by the overgods. Even though there seemed to be over 100 people in possession of these teleportation talismans, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands of people entering if all the organizations from the overgods' worlds were included. However, the battlefield of the overgods was extremely vast, and these hundreds of thousands of people really wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. After the battle ended, it was unavoidable that both sides would send people to clean up the battlefield first. In that case, there would be even fewer things left behind. However, this was the battlefield of the overgods after all, and even the weakest soldier was a peak heavenly god. If they could obtain even a single treasure, it would be a great profit. If they could obtain a ring of cosmos, it would be a great fortune. Yi Xian hadn't even understood what was going on when he was urged to crush his teleportation talisman. The only thing he knew was that once they entered the battlefield of the overgods, they could clean up the battlefield to their heart's content. The way to leave was to find the teleportation portal that they had left behind. Yi Xian knew nothing about anything else. This was an opportunity, but it was also a risk. Every time they entered the battlefield of the overgods, less than a third of the people would return alive. However, all those who returned would advance by leaps and bounds, obtaining great benefits. As a result, this was why no organization would hesitate at all when they received the notice that the battlefield of the overgods had opened. They would all send their most elite disciples over. There was a flash of light, and when Yi Xian returned to his senses, he had already appeared in a strange place. There was no sun in the sky here, but it was extremely bright. There were many fortresses erected here. These were the strongholds left behind during the battle. Chapter 2184. Yi Xian was at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, there was a burst of bright light in the distance. That light pierced through the clouds. It was so dazzling. Treasure! Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect to find a treasure as soon as he arrived. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's figure quickly charged forward. What treasure was that? What kind of treasure could emit such a bright light? It must be something extraordinary. Yi Xian was extremely fast. Soon, he rushed into the fortress that was emitting the light. The fortress was huge, and the materials used to build it were not ordinary. However, at this moment, it was extremely dilapidated. There were many broken walls, as if it was describing the cruelty of the battle. There were bloodstains everywhere. This also told Yi Xian that there had been a large-scale battle here. Of course, most of the corpses had been collected by the two parties. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, a powerful force exploded and attacked Yi Xian. Ding! Detected that the host is under a powerful attack. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian did not hesitate and dodged to the side. A huge black beam of light hit the spot where Yi Xian was standing. In an instant, the ground cracked. Who? Yi Xian was furious. Someone had sneakily attacked him. This was unforgivable. You can actually dodge my attack. Human kid, your luck is not bad. A voice sounded. Yi Xian had also locked on to the location. A figure covered in a huge black cloak walked out. He was 3 meters tall and had 6 arms. This meant that he was not human. System, what kind of monster is this? Ding. System checking. Ding. System notification. This person is from the Shura tribe. Host, please be careful. Shura tribe? What kind of tribe is that? Ding. System notification. The Shura tribe is a branch of the demon tribe. The Shura tribe has special divine powers. Host, please be careful. So that was it. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet a foreign god again in the Master God's battlefield? However, what was going on with the Azura tribe? Could it be a race under the command of another overgod? Yi Xian couldn't be sure. After all, an overgod's world was huge. Yi Xian wouldn't know if there were any foreign races in the overgod's world. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Since this guy had attacked him, he could not be a friend. System, how is his strength? Ding! System notification. This person is a superior grade 5 heavenly god. High level 5 heavenly god? Yi Xian was now a pinnacle mid-level heavenly god, which meant that he was a mid-level 9th level heavenly god. There was only a difference of 5 levels between them. In that case, Yi Xian had the confidence to take him down. You dare to sneak attack me? Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman. He had already drawn the God-Slayer and was ready to fight at any moment. Ha, a human brat, sneak attacking you? How did I sneak attack you? I wanted to kill you fair and square. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave behind your Chen Kun ring and all the treasures on you. Then you can leave here alive. Second, if you can't bear to part with the treasures, then I'll come and take them myself. What an arrogant tone. Did he think that just because Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than his, he could defeat Yi Xian? Pusher, I'll give you another choice. Hand over your shard of godhood and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said calmly, but his tone was cold. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian had decided to resist, the Azura tribesman instantly went into battle mode. Each of his 6 hands held a magic treasure. He controlled all 6 magic treasures to attack Yi Xian at the same time. Suppress. Boom. QWPM, a huge mountain suddenly appeared and pressed down on Yi Xian. This was the Azura tribesman's #1 magic treasure, mountain suppression. A special mountain peak was sealed in this magic treasure. Once it was used, it could crush the enemy with absolute power. Fortunately, the system had activated its warning system. Hence, Yixian had already dodged the attack when Mountain Hill Town launched its attack. Hence, Yixian was not hurt. However, as soon as the first attack arrived, the Azura tribesmen's attacks began to come one after another. Rip! A huge wave of sword chi rushed towards Yixian. Yixian had no time to dodge. Fortunately, the sword chi's power was average and the god-slaying sword's defense was enough to block it. However, Yixian wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. The magic treasures on this fellow's 6 hands were all extraordinary. The 6 magic treasures took turns to attack, and for a moment, they actually caused Yixian to continuously retreat. He could only defend and didn't have the ability to counterattack. Damn it! Yixian was shocked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Thousand Beasts Sword Servant. Yixian did not hesitate. He summoned the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant. As soon as the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant appeared, it used its ultimate move. Thousand Beasts Attack. God-level mount. Crush him. Boom, boom, boom. God-level mounts appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards the Azura tribesmen. The earth-shattering aura caused the Azura clansmen who were caught off guard to be aghast. Human boy, you can summon so many powerful beasts. You must have some special magic treasures on you. However, from today onwards, those magic treasures are mine. Do you think you're the only one who can summon more beasts? I can do it too. Come out, my partner Azura Xianxia. This guy had also summoned his war beasts, but they were not divine beasts. They were Azura and Xianxia. Kid, I'll let you experience the might of the Azura and Xianxia I meticulously refined. Ha! My 2 little darlings have not eaten fresh human flesh for a very long time. You should be honored to be able to become their food. Only an idiot would be willing to become the food of these 2 ugly monsters. Yixian's brows raised when he heard this. He paid no attention to the Azura tribesmen at all, and he just urged his mount to charge over. In next to no time, his mount had entered into battle with the Azura and Xianxia. However, those 2 fellows were monsters with 6 hands as well. Moreover, they possessed cultivations at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. For a time, Yixian's mount was unable to defeat them. Not to mention that he had the help of the Azura tribesmen. It could be said that having 6 hands was much more advantageous than having 2. However, so what? Suddenly, Yixian tossed the Godslayer over. Wei Zhentian directly took control of the Godslayer and joined the battle. The Godslayer was a sword, so it could disregard many Azura tribesmen's attacks. However, with Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, the Godslayer was able to erupt with extremely formidable combat strength, and the Azura tribesman was utterly unable to defend against it. 2 rays of light shot out at the same time. It was the Godslayer slash. However, their targets were the Azura and Xianxia. Chapter 2185. To be more precise, it was an instant kill. It wasn't strange for critical strikes to occur. After all, the Godslayer would naturally erupt with critical strikes when facing a Xenorace expert. However, it was quite rare for both swords to trigger the one-hit kill effect. My Azura! My Xianxia! Damn it! Human kid! I'll kill you! The Azura clansman was simply on the verge of going mad when he saw his 2 combat beasts being killed. With his cultivation, refining domain enlightened spirit god realm Azuras and Xianxias wasn't so easy. Unlike the human race, the Azura clan had a tradition that only their own things could be refined. In other words, he'd gone through great difficulty and danger to refine these 2 Azura and Xianxia, and they were his greatest pride. It was precisely by relying on his ability to surmount his realm of cultivation to refine Azura and Xianxia that he'd obtained the opportunity to enter the high god battlefield. At this moment, how could he not be furious when he saw his greatest pride being killed so easily by Yixian? Unfortunately, so what if he was furious? He was completely surrounded by god-rank mounts now, and Wei Zhentian was controlling the Godslayer and preparing to launch a surprise attack at any moment. In such a situation, The Azura clansman was already destined to be defeated. However, Yi Xian didn't have any intention to kill him right away. After all, it was the first time Yi Xian had encountered an Azura clansman, so who knew if he would encounter one in the future? This Azura clansman was clearly slightly careless. So, Yi Xian needed to know more about the Azura clan. Spiritual sense control. Yi Xian directly activated spiritual sense control. This fellow was completely surrounded by god-rank mounts now, and he had to fight with all his might. So, he wasn't able to defend himself in time when he was suddenly invaded by divine sense. In merely the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had taken complete control of him. Master! The god-rank mounts retreated while the God-Slayer returned to Yi Xian's side. On the other hand, the Azura clansman had already knelt on the ground. Yi Xian didn't take control of this fellow forever. In Yi Xian's opinion, taking control of this fellow forever wouldn't benefit him at all. Alright, tell me everything you know about the Azura tribe. Yi Xian collected all kinds of magic treasures and cosmos rings from the Azura clan member while listening to his narration. As expected, he wasn't someone from Yi Xian's Overgod's world. He was from a different race. Yi Xian learned from the Azura tribesmen that there were countless races in the Master God's realm, and the human tribe was the lowest in status. Yi Xian seemed to have understood why he, the Lord God, kept waging war. Damn it, damn it. Suddenly, that guy let out an extremely angry roar. Are you awake now? Then you can die now. This time, Yi Xian's control lasted less than 2 hours. Although Yi Xian managed to obtain some information during this time, it was still too short. It seemed that the spiritual sense control skill still had some flaws. Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. The god-slaying sword flew out abruptly and killed that person with a single slash. Devouring hand. Yi Xian couldn't devour the body of the Azura tribesman, but Azura and Xianxia could. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You are now a first-class superior divine god. Previously, Yi Xian had devoured many magic treasures. This time, after devouring the bodies of Azura and Xianxia, he unexpectedly broke through to the intermediate divine god realm. What a pauper! I thought he would give me something good, but there's nothing. Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman's cosmos ring and felt a little depressed. Most of the items in this guy's cosmos ring were black stones. Most importantly, they were of no use to Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian's target wasn't this Azura tribesman. After dealing with this person, Yi Xian quickly walked towards the interior of the ruins. Just what kind of treasure was able to emit such a powerful light just now? However, when Yi Xian arrived, he was shocked to find that there was no treasure at all. This was all a scam by the Azura tribesman. He had deliberately used a special method to emit the treasure light in order to attract people here so that he could kill them and steal the treasure. Yi Xian didn't know if this guy's trick had worked before, but this time, he had targeted Yi Xian. Obviously, he had targeted the wrong person. However, although Yi Xian knew that there was no treasure here, the others didn't. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had been attracted by the treasure light. It's here. The treasure must be inside. A group of people rushed over. These guys were quite lucky. At least they weren't like Yi Xian, who had been transported here alone. However, they were also unlucky. They didn't expect to find Yi Xian instead of the treasure they were looking for. Someone's here? Looks like someone got here first. Kid, hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, we can only do it ourselves. All of these people were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian knew that it was useless even if he tried to explain himself, because in their eyes, they were certain that he had seized the treasure. I know. Let me tell all of you that I've just arrived here and haven't noticed anything. You'll definitely not believe me. However, I'm telling the truth. There really is nothing here. Kid, do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, you can dream of leaving alive today. Yi Xian shook his head. His god rank mount had entered a period of cooldown, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to deal with so many of them by himself. Looks like I can only retreat for now. I told you that there are no treasures here. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Megatron. Even though Megatron had become the artifact spirit of the Godslayer sword, he hadn't lost his original ability. So, Yi Xian directly summoned Megatron and transformed it into a flying sword. And perhaps treasures like flying swords had really fallen behind in the God realm. However, it wasn't impossible to use them in some special environments. For example, it would be inconvenient to utilize large magic treasures like flying boats within the ruins of the fort. Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly leaped onto Megatron and fled at full speed. Pursue him! Damn it! This fellow definitely seized the treasure. Pursue him and the treasure will be ours. When they saw Yi Xian flee directly, they were even more certain that Yi Xian was the person that seized the treasure here. In an instant, numerous rays of light appeared incessantly, and it was those people who were controlling their flying magic treasures to pursue Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they'd underestimated Yi Xian's speed. Yi Xian didn't know how much time had passed, but fortunately, he'd already escaped his pursuers. However, Yi Xian could simply be said to have been in a panic just now, and he hadn't carefully observed where he was heading at all. Chapter 2186. Unknowingly, he had actually charged into the core region of the battlefield. It should be known that in the Master God's battlefield, super experts would fall at any time. Even though the Master God's battlefield was a supreme existence created by two Master Gods, the chaos inside was still unimaginable to ordinary people. In the battlefield of the sovereigns, the most dangerous thing was not the other people fighting for treasures, nor were the traps that could appear at any time. Instead, it was endless negative emotions. Ding. System prompt, please take note. Host, please take note. Host, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, your mind will be eroded by the endless killing intent, and you may even lose your nature. The system's warning sounded. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he released his divine sense and set up a strong protection around his body. At least this way, he could resist the endless killing intent for a short period of time. In the core zone, endless killing intent and countless remnant thoughts filled the entire space. These were all left behind by the super experts. Madness, bloodshed, brutality, wailing, crying, and other negative emotions filled the core zone of the creator space. From time to time, the echoes of the experts' battles could be heard. What was the echo of battle? Echoes were easy to understand, and the echoes of battle referred to the various powerful attacks unleashed by some super experts during battle. Even after millions of years, there would still be traces of them. Back then, the sword intent in the Lingbo Lake was actually a kind of echo. One could only imagine how terrifying this was. Yi Xian didn't dare to make the slightest movement. He didn't feel it when he rushed in, but now, Yi Xian knew how terrifying this place was. Die! Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in an instant, shattering even the void. However, this was not real. It was an illusion that possessed great power. Yi Xian clearly knew that it was just a replay of the battle. However, he'd only seen it once and was intimidated by the auras of the two experts. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian was seriously injured. So powerful. They were really strong. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the afterimages they left behind were still able to severely injure Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he stayed, he would only be waiting for death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Yi Xian had to leave this place. On the side of Yi Xian, there was the ruins of a fortress. Clearly, a battle had broken out there. It could be said that the more dangerous a place was, the more dangerous it was. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. If Yi Xian stayed outside, the afterimages of battle that could appear at any time, or even the corrosion of killing intent and negative emotions would be enough to kill him. However, if they went to the fortress, they would have some hope of surviving. This was a test. Either Yi Xian could find a way to survive in the ruins of the fortress, or Yi Xian would be left outside to die. As for which choice to make, it was already very obvious. Between waiting for death and taking a gamble, Yi Xian naturally chose the latter. Ding! Warning! Warning! Please leave this place immediately. Please leave this place immediately. The system kept sending out warnings, but Yi Xian could only smile bitterly. Of course, he wanted to leave, but he could only take one step at a time. First of all, the pressure here made it impossible for Yi Xian to move at full speed. Just the inexplicable echo attacks that appeared from time to time were enough to force Yi Xian to move forward slowly. Boom! A loud sound rang in his ears. Yi Xian didn't need to turn around to know that it was just an afterimage of a battle. However, even if he knew, what could he do? The pressure from the afterimage still injured Yi Xian. Move forward, step by step, constantly moving forward. Yi Xian had no choice. Everything depended on the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was still on Yi Xian's side. Therefore, he successfully entered the ruins of the fortress. Just as Yi Xian had expected, there were more and more afterimages here, and Yi Xian was injured time and time again. Yi Xian was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. There was nothing else he could do. These attacks were not targeted at Yi Xian. These attacks were just afterimages, and they were just afterimages, but they were already enough to make Yi Xian so miserable. One could imagine how powerful these afterimages were left behind by powerful experts. One could also imagine how cruel this battlefield of the sovereigns was. Yi Xian's divine consciousness was attacked time and time again. There were even a few times when it was almost broken through. If his divine consciousness defense was broken through, it was possible that in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian would be corroded by the killing intent here and turn into a walking corpse. As for Yi Xian's body, it was even worse. It was damaged time and time again, and then repaired time and time again with the help of his powerful bloodline. However, before the wounds from the last time could be completely healed, new wounds would arrive. If someone saw Yi Xian's appearance now, they would probably not be able to confirm whether he was a person or not. This was because apart from his silhouette, he did not look like a person at all. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns, a powerful and cruel battlefield of the sovereigns. There's light. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a ray of light in front of him. It seemed to be something like a door. Yi Xian was not in the mood to investigate. He walked in almost instinctively. However, the moment he walked in, he fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, or at least, Yi Xian did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Yi Xian's body moved slightly. With the help of his powerful bloodline, Yi Xian, who was about to lose all signs of life, finally woke up. However, Yi Xian was still extremely weak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time, he had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he did not know how to get out of here again. He could not possibly be trapped here forever. Ding! System notification. Host has triggered the effect of life and death refinement. Body's recovery ability has temporarily decreased. Ding! System notification. Host has suffered a serious injury. Host's cultivation level has temporarily decreased. Host's current cultivation level has dropped to lower rank 1 true god. Another piece of bad news. Then what other bad news was there? Why not say it all at once? Fortunately, there wasn't any bad news after that. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has entered a special sealed space. Special sealed space? What did that mean? Yi Xian sat up. Currently, Yi Xian was extremely weak. However, the situation around him made him feel strange. At first, Yi Xian did not notice it. However, now Yi Xian realized that the place he was in was like a water surface. There were stars in the sky. The reflection under the water surface was another starry sky. What was going on? Chapter 2187. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Other than the surface of the lake, there was nothing else. Even Yi Xian was lying on the surface of the lake. Where was this place? Yi Xian stood up and casually walked a few steps. At this moment, he was surrounded by stars. It was a very strange feeling. If not for Yi Xian being able to walk around here, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the stars. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, a huge illusory figure appeared. The figure was so huge that just one eye was enough to make Yi Xian feel like it was comparable to a planet. Even Yi Xian could not see the full extent of the illusory figure. It was only 7 words, but the illusory figure spoke for almost 2 hours. These 7 words had been spoken for 2 hours. One could imagine how Yi Xian felt. "Or you?" Yi Xian asked. However, he regretted it the moment the words left his mouth because he knew that it would take at least 2 hours for the illusory figure to reply. Who am I? You actually asked who I am? You came into my space, don't you know who I am? I am mirror image fate. Sure enough, Yi Xian's prediction was right. This time he waited for half a day. Yi Xian was about to doze off from waiting. Yi Xian was speechless at the way the illusory figure was talking. Yi Xian did not dare to ask any random questions in the following conversation. He had to get to the point. How can I leave this place? Yi Xian asked the question he wanted to know the most. If you want to leave this place, it's very simple. As long as you can walk out, as long as you can subdue me, then you can come out. Wasn't this nonsense? Yi Xian was speechless. If he could walk out, would he still need this guy to tell him? Helpless, Yi Xian could only get up and start investigating. This investigation lasted for 2 whole days. However, they didn't find anything during these 2 days. However, 2 days later, that voice sounded again. I can give you a hint. As long as you can defeat the 8 guardians inside and outside the realm, you will be able to walk out. After all this time, that guy was just taking a breather. Damn it. While he was taking a breather, Yi Xian had already spent 2 days here. Right now, Yi Xian was basically certain that he was actually in the space of the mirror image fate. This was also why it was so difficult for him to converse with the shadow. Who would have thought that Yi Xian, who had come here to search for treasures, would fall into the treasure space before he could find any? However, without this mirror image fate, Yi Xian would probably be in for a tragedy. QWPM defeating the 8 great protectors? Fortunately, the goal was quite clear. This way, Yi Xian would not be too confused. With a target in mind, Yi Xian knew what to do next. In the beginning, Yi Xian had thought that the 8 great protectors were the shadow of the artifact spirit of mirror image fate, because a magic treasure could only have 1 artifact spirit. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally thought that it was the shadow of the artifact spirit. However, when Yi Xian really met the first guardian, he realized that he was the one who had misunderstood. This guardian was a kind of inheritance. If one said that it was a living being, it indeed had the characteristics of a living being. If one said that it was an object, it was indeed an object. Yi Xian did not know what it was at all. And the so-called defeat was not entirely a battle. From the moment he saw the first guardian, Yi Xian already knew. Little guy, welcome to my world. I don't care who you are, nor can I do anything about it. However, since you can come to mirror image fate, then it is fate between you and me. I was originally one of the 10 great generals under the Master God, but I fell into an enemy's ambush and died here. At the last moment, I used my natal magic treasure to refine mirror image fate. I did so because I did not want this mirror image ultimate skill to end in my hands. Little guy, I don't know what your potential is like, so I set up an eternal seal. If you can learn my mirror image mystique, then you can leave this place. However, if you can't learn it, you will stay here forever until your divine meridians dry up. The mirror image mystique is divided into 7 levels. The first 7 inherited mirror images each have a level of inheritance, and the 8th inherited mirror image is a puppet that I refined. As long as you can defeat it, you can leave this place and mirror image fate will be gifted to you as well. Work hard. Inheritance, mirror image mystique, treasure hunting, treasure hunting. However, Yi Xian did not expect that he would find the treasure in such a way. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian could only choose to cultivate. This was because if he wanted to leave, there was no other way but to learn the mirror image mystique. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this moment, in the outside world, Mo Shangji's 5th Hall Master was pleading in despair. Senior brother, wait a little longer. Wait a month. This is the last month. I believe that Yi Xian will be fine. He will definitely be able to come out. Behind the 5th Hall Master, almost all the disciples of the 5th Hall had gathered. Today was the day that the Master God's battlefield would close. 1 year. If Yi Xian had not come out after 1 year, then it was basically certain that he would not be able to come out. The flow of time in the Master God's space was different from the outside world. After all, it was built for battle. Therefore, 1 day in the outside world was 50 days in the Master God's space. In other words, although it had only been a year in the outside world, Yi Xian had been trapped for a full 50 years. In the Master God's world, Mo Shanggu was only a small faction. Naturally, they could only enter the outermost regions. Even if their disciples wanted to enter further, their cultivation was not enough. In the Master God's battlefield, there were countless teleportation portals. This was because every ruined fortress had a teleportation portal. In fact, no disciples had returned in the past half a year. The suggestion to close the teleportation portals had not just been made today. It was because of the Fifth Hall's insistence that it had been delayed until now. Junior brother, I know that you are worried about your disciple. However, it has already been a year. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out, I'm afraid that he has already met his end. You know that maintaining the teleportation portals requires a large amount of resources. We can't just wait here and do nothing. Senior brother, just 1 month. It's the last month. Furthermore, the Fifth Hall will provide all the resources. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out after a month, I will not stop you. Sigh, alright. Since you are willing to use your own resources to maintain the teleportation portals, I won't say anything. You are on your own now. Yi Xian had no idea what his cheap master was doing for him outside. At this moment, Yi Xian had already successfully learned the 7th level of the mirror image mystique and was preparing for the final challenge. Chapter 2188. What an impressive mirror image mystique. System, did you see that? This mirror image mystique is too powerful. Yi Xian was very excited. He only knew how powerful this mirror image mystique was after he learned it. Yi Xian did not know what kind of person had invented this mirror image mystique. But he knew that this mystique should not exist in this world. In fact, even the system could not analyze the mystery behind this mystique. According to the system, this mystique could only be created by someone who had a basic understanding of the laws of time and space. It could be said that even a Lord God would not be able to create something like this. So, what kind of mystique was this? Simply put, it was a double copy. Yi Xian could use this mystique to duplicate anything. As long as he had the resources, even if Yi Xian had to duplicate the system, he could do it. As for duplicating anything else, there was no need to even mention it. Of course, duplicating the system was just a fantasy. The amount of resources required would probably not be enough even if the entire realm of the gods was packed up. It was also because the system could only perform a simple analysis that Yi Xian had to spend so much time on it. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed resources. As long as he had the resources, he could duplicate anything he wanted. What a terrifying mystique. It could be said that it was a miraculous mystique. In mirror image fate, he could duplicate anything that Yi Xian wanted. After all, these were all virtual. Therefore, Yi Xian had successfully duplicated everything he had, except for the system, in preparation for the final challenge. Yi Xian could not imagine what the final challenge would be like. But he knew that it would not be simple. Was it finally time for the final challenge? Yi Xian looked at the final figure in front of him with a cold gaze. This battle was the time to verify Yi Xian's achievements during this period. What he gained would depend on this final battle. Congratulations, you've finally reached this step. If you can defeat the shadow in front of you, you can leave this place. If you can't, you should know the consequences. In order to be fair to you, your virtual Qianquan world will have the same resources as that illusory figure's Qianquan rank. Also, all the mirror images that you condense during cultivation will be cancelled. Battle. How you perform will depend on your own performance. Along with this voice, the mirror images that Yi Xian had prepared earlier all disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much time creating these things. However, now that things had come to this, there was no need to care about it anymore. This illusory figure was the same as the previous illusory figure. It was impossible to tell what it looked like, only a silhouette. However, Yixian knew very well that this projection wasn't easy to deal with. Boom. Suddenly, the projection took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, a flame divine dragon pounced towards Yixian. Even though Yixian knew that all of this was illusory, that powerful aura and blazing aura still made him feel very uncomfortable. Flame divine dragon. Then, I'll duplicate your flame divine dragon. Yixian's eyes were fixed on the flame divine dragon. Meanwhile, the system had already begun its analysis. One by one, the virtual materials disappeared from Yixian's virtual Qiankuan ring. QWBAM moments later, with a wave of Yixian's hand, an identical flame divine dragon appeared. The two flame divine dragons collided in the air, and a powerful aura spread out. Yixian couldn't help but take a step back. However, this was only the beginning of the battle. Yixian's movements were extremely fast. A god-slayer slowly appeared beside him. However, this wasn't enough. Yixian also wanted to mirror Wei Zhentian. This was because only a god-slayer with Wei Zhentian would be able to unleash a powerful attack. A moment later, the two identical god-slayer swords charged toward the phantom. The projection's reaction wasn't slow. In an instant, layers of defense were raised. However, the power of the God-Slayer wasn't something that could be blocked by these ordinary shields. Boom, boom, boom. The shields were shattered. The two God-Slayers pierced through the projection's body at the same time. Was he going to win just like that? Even Yixian couldn't believe it. Oh no! Yixian's figure moved and instantly disappeared from his original spot. As soon as he disappeared, a terrifying attack came at him. As it turned out, when Yixian was mirroring the God-Slayer and Wei Zhentian, the projection wasn't idle either. It actually mirrored an identical version of itself. The projection was real. However, there was a difference between the primary and secondary. If the projection was destroyed, the primary would not be affected. However, if the primary disappeared, the projection would also disappear. This was a bit like an ordinary duplication mystique. Of course, the duplication mystique wasn't as powerful as the mirror image mystique. The projection possessed 100% of the same abilities as the primary body. Furthermore, it could have its own consciousness. In this way, the projection could be called an enhanced version of duplication. With the help of the system, Yixian could even mirror other people's mystiques and so on. Although this projection required Xiaoyao's resources to create. However, even so, it was still incomparably tempting. Yixian's reaction wasn't slow. His figure dodged continuously in the air. However, the projection stuck close to Yixian, making it difficult for Yixian to escape. Fortunately, the two God-Slayers rushed back in time and started attacking the projection. Only then did Yixian break free. Damn it, I'd like to see how you're going to break out of this. This time, Yixian was going to mirror the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants. Yixian moved quickly. While the two God-Slayers were delaying the enemy, Yixian quickly used his resources to construct the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants. Then, with Yixian's command, the 2,000 Beasts Sword Servants activated their ultimate move, 1,000 Beasts Advance. 2,000 God-level mounts appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the ones that appeared were only platinum-level God-level mounts. There were close to 100 of them. Terrifying numbers, terrifying power. The super-strong person who created this mirror image fate had never thought that there would be a day when the person who succeeded in inheriting his legacy would be a person 100 times more powerful than him. Yes, he would never have thought that Yixian would be so powerful. This power didn't come from Yixian's realm. It came from the treasures and skills that Yixian possessed. These treasures and skills were simply too powerful. The 2,000 Beast Sword Attendants unleashed their ultimate moves and flattened the phantom. Chapter 2189. When the last shadow disappeared, Yixian was automatically teleported out. Ding. Host's bloodline has been successfully strengthened. Host, please note that your bloodline has reached the highest level of strengthening. Host cannot continue to strengthen your bloodline before a breakthrough. Ding! Host's weakened state has ended. Host has regained his original divine power. Rank 1 Upper Heavenly God. Following the system's notification, Yixian was finally out. In his hand, he was holding a mirror-like treasure. It seemed that this was mirror fate. This was the thing that had trapped Yi Xian for so long. Yi Xian looked at the treasure in his hand but did not say anything. A teleportation portal. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a teleportation portal. To be honest, Yi Xian had seen countless teleportation portals. However, the one in front of him was undoubtedly the most familiar one. Outside the ruins of the fortress, there was still endless slaughter and endless remnant thoughts. He was now in the core area of the battlefield of the sovereigns. Originally, Yi Xian did not have much hope of leaving. At the very least, he did not expect to be able to leave so easily. However, this teleportation portal made Yi Xian extremely happy. Even Yi Xian did not know where this teleportation portal led to. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian stepped into the teleportation portal. However, a strange scene occurred. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the teleportation portal and locked onto Yi Xian, as if automatically searching for something. Yi Xian was stunned and became more and more shocked. Could this be a directional memory teleportation portal? I did not expect such a thing to really exist. This teleportation portal can remember all teleportation activities within a restricted area. No matter where you enter, if you want to leave, you just have to step into any of the portals and you can leave. Yi Xian had heard of such a thing before. However, he had always thought that it was a legend. He did not expect it to be true. At this moment in Emoshanga, the fifth hall master and everyone in the fifth hall were waiting silently. Today was the last day of the deadline. Suddenly, a faint light came from the teleportation portal. Didn't this light signify that someone was about to pass through the teleportation array? In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Could it be that Yi Xian had returned? Light swirled around and a figure appeared. If it wasn't Yi Xian, then who else could it be? Good boy, I knew you wouldn't die. Tianjin Wang strode to Yi Xian's side and gave Yi Xian a fierce punch. However, there were tears in his eyes. What's wrong with you guys? Something seemed to be lightly stirred in Yi Xian's heart. Isn't it all because of you, kid? Half a year ago, everyone who was able to return had already returned, but you were nowhere to be seen. It's been more than half a year. Later on, the sect was unwilling to wait any longer, but it was my father who insisted on it. Furthermore, he used the resources of the fifth hall to support the teleportation array. In order to prevent the sect from closing, he brought us along to guard this place. Yi Xian was shocked. He even felt his nose tingle. Some words were easy to say, but they weren't so easy to do. Suddenly Yi Xian laughed. Master, you're so good to your disciple. It seems like your disciple will have to work harder in the future so that he can take care of you when you're old. It was as if the first sentence was a joke, but only Yi Xian himself knew what kind of weight these words held. If Yi Xian had only felt a sense of belonging to the fifth hall before, then Yi Xian had already treated the fifth hall as his second home. To Yi Xian, his enemies had to be ruthlessly suppressed and destroyed. However, Yi Xian would repay those who were good to him 100 times over. Because Yi Xian had the right to say such things. Yi Xian's return surprised many people. Of course, Yi Xian was a disciple of the fifth hall. The others were just surprised and didn't say much. Only the fifth hall held a grand celebration. However, before the celebration even began, Yi Xian first received a voice transmission talisman from his master's wife. It's for you. It was delivered a few months ago. It's from an aunt's family. She claimed to be your maid and said that she had an urgent matter to inform you. In the end, you didn't come out, so I took care of it for you. Thank you, master's wife. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he directly crushed the sound transmission talisman. It was indeed Fian's voice. However, Fian's report shocked Yi Xian. Master Ku of Ling Xian Pavilion asked me to tell you to be prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a huge change in Lingbo Lake in half a year. Moreover, they have no confidence in winning. Master Ku asked me to tell you that you must leave Lingbo Lake immediately. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. The words were short, but Yi Xian already understood what had happened. It could be said that, strictly speaking, Yi Xian's trip to the Master God's battlefield this time was simply a waste of time. Apart from obtaining a mirror of unknown use, he had obtained a remarkable ability that required a large amount of resources to activate. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had suffered a loss. However, he did not expect that as soon as he came out, there would be a huge change outside. Lingbo Lake. Was it the ancient sword intent? Yi Xian had to obtain that item, even if Yi Xian knew that it was incomparably dangerous. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the Master God's battlefield? There Yi Xian could be said to have died once. Could the ancient sword intent be more powerful than the Master God's space? Master's wife, disciple wants to leave for a period of time to deal with some matters. Master's wife knows what you want to do. However, Master's wife forbids you from going. It's too dangerous there. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. It was not strange that Master's wife could guess what he wanted to do. However, why was she forbidding him from going? Master's wife, disciple must go. This matter was caused by disciple. Disciple must take responsibility until the end. To be honest, Yi Xian was very timid in the fifth hall. The reason was simple. He had something he was concerned about. Otherwise, he would not need to ask for Master's wife's permission. However, for Yi Xian, concern was not a burden. Anyway, I don't agree. Even if you go to your master, it's useless. If I say that you're not allowed to go, then no one can let you leave. She was right. Master's wife's words were 100 times more effective than his master's. What should he do? Yi Xian was conflicted. However, as soon as his master's wife left, he saw his master sneaking over to Yi Xian like a thief. Master, what are you doing? Shu, lower your voice. Do you want your master's wife to hear you? Here. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not know what his master gave him. What are you looking at? Do you think we're all fools? That little girl called Fian has come to our fifth hall several times in the past few months. Moreover, do you think we don't know about such a big matter? Chapter 2190. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, I will, Master. Even if I find out, I'll say that I sneaked away. You know what's good for you. But remember, don't let your senior brother Wang know about this. That bastard wants to be a hero every day. He doesn't even know that this is a place where he can go. If he has half of your brain, I'll let him go too. Alright, tell me, what did you get this time? It took you so long. Yi Xian was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. QWPM, however, Yi Xian didn't hide it. He handed the realm fate to the fifth palace master. Wow, it's this treasure. My God, you're good. Don't say anything. I want this. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it. *CK, this treasure is a super good item to be used as a cultivation secret realm. I heard that it was lost a long time ago. I didn't expect you to get it. Yi Xian was speechless. You can't bully me like this. Master, do you know what this is? It's the realm fate. Do you think I'm stupid? Okay, go play somewhere else. I'm going to talk to my wife about how to use this realm fate to create a cultivation secret realm for the fifth palace. What else could Yi Xian say? This item was useless in Yi Xian's hands. He could only accept that his master took it away. However, he remembered that his master gave him a Qian Kuan ring. He didn't know what it was. System, check if there's anything useful in this Qian Kuan ring. If there's nothing useful, devour it. Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it because he thought that his master wouldn't give him too many good things. Unfortunately, when the system notification sounded, he knew what his master had given him. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a superior grade 5 heavenly god. What? He rose by 4 levels. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What's going on? System, what's in the Qian Kuan ring? Ding! System notification. There are 1,372 different kinds of resources and treasures in the Qian Kuan ring. There are 50 million divine gems in it. That's why the host rose by 4 levels. *CK. Yi Xian reckoned that this upgrade was the most depressing one among the countless upgrades he had experienced. This was because Yi Xian could already guess what his master had given him. It was very likely that it was the treasury of the fifth hall. He had long heard that the fifth palace was relatively poor, So the treasury was directly stored in universe rings. From the looks of it, it was true. Furthermore, Yi Xian had swallowed it all in one gulp. Damn your grandpa. Yi Xian was extremely depressed. How was he going to explain this to his master? These were the entire assets of the fifth hall. In the end, they were swallowed up by Yi Xian. Why didn't Yi Xian take a second look just now? In fact, as Yi Xian's level increased, the amount of resources he needed to devour to level up increased. Moreover, the quality of the resources he needed was also very high. However, he had swallowed all the treasures of the fifth hall in one go. What could Yi Xian say? It seemed that he had to hide from his master for a period of time. Otherwise, if his master asked him for something one day and he couldn't take it out, then there would be trouble. That night, Yi Xian left a voice transmission talisman and slipped away. Of course, it wasn't a problem for the 6 elders of the fifth hall to discover him. However, everyone knew what Yi Xian wanted to do, so no one cared. How could they know that Yi Xian was in such a hurry to leave now, not just because of the Lingbo Lake matter? After meeting up with Fian, Yi Xian realized just how dire the situation was. After Yi Xian left, the many experts led by Mo Shang's training camp couldn't do anything about the seal at all. Even Missing Moon couldn't break it. Instead, the demonized fishmen occupied the bridgehead. However, why did Yi Xian leave Mo Shang's training camp? Why did he hide? Everyone was well aware of this, so no one had the nerve to ask Yi Xian to break the seal. At the beginning, the so-called siege was just an excuse. The fundamental reason was that they couldn't open the seal. After mobilizing countless people, and under the joint efforts of dozens of seal masters led by Master Missing Moon, they finally succeeded in opening a gap half a year ago. But the situation inside left them incomparably stunned. In just half a year, most of the mermaids and fishmen on the island had been demonized, and the reason for the revival of the ancient sword intent was finally found out. It turned out that there was the corpse of an ancient divine beast on this small island. The ancient sword intent had fused with the corpse of this ancient divine beast and evolved into a terrifying existence that was half demon and half spirit, half human and half beast. Outside the island, there was an ancient restriction. No one knew what the restriction was used for, but it was able to temporarily suppress the monster. However, the demonized fishmen inside were not suppressed. The war had officially broken out 3 months ago. Several battles had already broken out around the entrance of the small bridge. Yi Xian and Fian were extremely fast. By the time they'd arrived just in time for a battle to break out. On one side were the demonized fishmen guarding the bridgehead, while on the other side were the disciples of various factions, including Mo Shang's training camp. Over 100 people were fighting in that small area. Fishmen and human disciples were constantly falling. However, not long after their deaths, the demonized fishmen only needed a wisp of black smoke to float over the island to revive them. There was no point in fighting such a battle because the enemy was an unkillable monster. Even if they killed them thousands of times, what was the point? I suggest we leave immediately. If this continues, what good will it do us besides increase the number of casualties? Yi Lixiu. It was actually this guy. Yi Xian had just arrived outside the command center when he heard Yi Lixiu's voice. Moreover, it was the voice that suggested retreat. What did you say? 7th Prince, your Dark Knight Empire is far away. Do you think letting these demonized fishmen out won't affect you? What I want to tell you is that once these demonized fishmen come out, even your Dark Knight Empire won't have any peace. Everyone probably hasn't forgotten how the ancient sword intent swept through Mo Shang's 100 territories. If we leave now, then the tragedy from last time will repeat itself. That's right, I'm the same. We can't leave. If we do, the consequences will be unimaginable. We can only think of a way to destroy these demonized fishmen here. We can't let them spread out. Otherwise, the destruction this time will be even greater. Chapter 2191. It was the 9th Prince's voice again. That fellow seems as if he won't be satisfied until they retreat. I wonder what benefits he'll get from making them retreat. Suddenly Yi Xian's heart jerked. Benefits? Who would want to see the world fall into chaos the most? It's probably the Annihilation Organization. Could it be that the Annihilation Organization is behind this as well? After all, if it really was the Annihilation Organization, then it wouldn't take much effort to bribe the tiny Dark Knight Empire. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian walked forward with large strides and spoke loudly. We can't retreat. We can't allow these devilized fishmen to leave this island. Otherwise, it'll definitely be a calamity. Yi Xian. It's actually him. Didn't that fellow vanish for over a year? Why has he suddenly appeared again? What does he intend to do? Everyone discussed animatedly. It can't be, right? That fellow has advanced again. My God. He's actually already at the high-level heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. Who says he isn't? That guy, every time I see him, he would increase his cultivation level. How exactly does he do it? Could it be that there's someone even more terrifying than him who can increase his cultivation level so quickly? As they watched Yi Xian walk over step by step, everyone consciously opened up a path for him. It was even to the extent that even those domain-enlightened spirit gods subconsciously moved aside when they saw Yi Xian. The leveling speed that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying. Perhaps Yi Xian was at the heavenly god realm when they met him this time, but perhaps Yi Xian's strength would surpass them the next time they met him. No matter who it was, they would instinctively maintain a certain level of respect towards such a genius who possessed boundless natural talent. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing here? Grandmaster Moonless frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. Looks like he seems to be aware of Yi Xian's other identity now. Yi Xian grinned at Grandmaster Moonless and spoke. Retreat? We definitely can't retreat. I can set up an absolute defense formation for you all to take care of the injured disciples. However, if we don't destroy this island, it will definitely cause an unnecessary catastrophe. Therefore, I suggest that we take advantage of the fact that these demonized fishmen are trapped and finish them off here. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak here? Seeing that Yi Xian dared to ruin his plans, Yi Lixio was furious. However, Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at him. I know that you are most worried about the demon fishman's unlimited resurrection ability. Leave this to me. I'll think of a way to set up a restriction so that the black gas can't enter the battle zone. After that, I'll deal with all the corpses of the fishmen. This way, the demon fishmen will become fewer and fewer. At that time, we will have a chance of winning. That's one way. However, Yi Xian, can you set up a restriction like that for me? It had been a long time since Yi Xian had set up a restriction in his room. Coupled with Grandmaster Moonless' publicity, everyone knew that he was a restriction Grandmaster and was even more formidable than Grandmaster Moonless. Now that they heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't have much doubt. However, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of ways to stop the black gas, but they'd all failed. Thus, they were still a little conservative. Don't believe him. What right does he have to say something like that? It was still Yi Lixio's voice. Right now, Yi Lixio wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned and looked directly at Yi Lixio for the first time. However, his words only infuriated Yi Lixio. If you don't want to participate, you can scram. Yes, that was what Yi Xian had said. Yi Xian had already suspected that this guy had been bribed by the Annihilation Organization. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Unfortunately, he didn't have any proof. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have killed him. What did you say? Yi Lixio was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying any attention to him. How about this? All of Ling Xian Court's restriction grandmasters will come with me. I'll think of something right now. All right, we'll listen to you. It might be difficult for Yi Xian to mobilize the others, but Yi Xian was still able to mobilize the people from Ling Xian Court. Let's go too. However, he hadn't expected that the restriction grandmasters from the other factions would all take the initiative to participate in Yi Xian's operation. Yi Xian didn't care about this. In any case, Yi Xian wasn't counting on them to do anything. To be honest, Yi Xian had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he suggest that he take care of all the corpses of the demonized fishmen? Yi Xian wouldn't miss out on such a good upgrade plan. Of course, the most important thing was to stop the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian led his people and left. Everyone had different thoughts about Yi Xian. For example, the people from Mo Shang training camp felt apologetic toward Yi Xian because of Lu Luo. Similarly apologetic were the factions like Bai Lu that had wronged Yi Xian in the past. In their hearts, Yi Xian had only left Mo Shang training camp because they'd been wronged. Now that Yi Xian had returned and was willing to take action, these people felt rather emotional. Yi Xian led his people and quickly arrived at the bridgehead. At this time, the bridgehead was occupied by hundreds of demonized fishmen, blocking the only way for the Allied forces to attack. It seemed that this bridge was the only way to reach the island. Perhaps some people would say that it was better to use it. However, there were restrictions on the island. It was impossible to fly over. Naturally, it was also impossible to fly out. Yi Xian carefully observed the fishman's direction. However, he asked the system in his heart, "System, do you have any ideas?" Ding. System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the system has provided two solutions. The first solution is for the host to continue cultivating restriction abilities. When the restriction abilities are strong enough, perhaps the host will be able to research a way to stop the black gas. Ding. The second solution is for the host to exchange for the corresponding special restriction from the system. F***CK. Yi Xian was depressed. This system, why didn't it just tell him to exchange for it? What research? How long would it take him to research it? Last time, the system had activated the exchange function. However, Yi Xian had never used it. After all, the system's exchange was very, very expensive. All right, system, help me choose a restriction that is suitable for the current situation. I want the most reasonable one. Otherwise, I can't afford it. Ding. System notification. The best restriction that the host can currently choose is the Demon Slayer restriction. Once this restriction is activated, it will be able to effectively destroy the demonic energy. Yi Xian nodded. He had the item, but the key was the price. Yi Xian didn't seem to have any resources to exchange for it. Ding. System notification. The host's resources are insufficient for exchange. The system has activated the exchange function. If the host is forced to exchange, the host can exchange one level for the right to use it once. Chapter 2192. Yi Xian frowned. He was going to cripple his own cultivation. But was there a better way? Moreover, even though he had to pay the price of one cultivation level, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the corpses of the demonized fishmen, so he wouldn't suffer a loss. All right, I'll buy Yi Xian's deal. All right, system. I'll use my cultivation level to exchange for the right to use the restrictions. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and stomped his foot as he made his decision. Then, his figure flashed as he started to set up restrictions. Quick, protect Grandmaster Yi. When Moonless saw that Yi Xian had actually started, he immediately shouted loudly. On the other hand, the others noticed Yi Xian's actions as well, so they naturally didn't hesitate. In next to no time, the battle erupted once more, and two high-grade domain enlightened spirit gods stood on guard by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, it wasn't because he was injured, but because of the repercussions of crippling his own cultivation. Did he really think that using his cultivation level to exchange for the right to use restrictions was such a simple matter? When had anyone ever seen someone cripple their own cultivation? Yi Xian could simply be called the first person to do so. Yi Xian felt as if his internal organs were about to rot, and his entire body was in extreme pain. Motherfucker. In the future, I won't use my cultivation level to exchange for restrictions even if I'm beaten to death. It hurts so much. Yi Xian wailed in his heart, but he didn't stop what he was doing. At this moment, practically everyone was watching Yi Xian's actions. They didn't know what kind of restrictions Yi Xian was setting up, but they saw Yi Xian's miserable appearance. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping what he was doing. He was constantly setting up restrictions, but he was constantly spitting out blood. In the end, blood was even flowing from Yi Xian's nose, ears, and even the corners of his eyes. Grandmaster Yi, don't force yourself if you can't do it. You must rest right now. One of the spiritual gods standing behind Yi Xian said with concern. At this moment, Who could refuse? But Tower Lord 100 Buildings slapped himself in the face and even knelt on the ground. I, Bai Lu, was blind. I, Bai Lu, swear on my godhood that if I ever doubt Grandmaster Ye's actions again, I'm willing to shatter my godhood. What a vicious oath. However, this also showed Bai Lu's remorse. Bai Lu had finally apologized to Yi Xian, using such an extreme method to apologize. Bai Lu wasn't the only one. Many people wanted to slap themselves, but they weren't as bold as Bai Lu, so they held themselves back. For a person who was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the world, they actually suspected that he was a bad person. Such behavior was simply unforgivable. Yi Xian's level had dropped, and he was in a miserable state. That wasn't something that could be faked. That was something that really happened. System, didn't you say that it's just a level exchange? Why is my realm dropping so quickly? Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. It's indeed a level exchange. However, since the host has crippled his own cultivation, he will naturally suffer serious damage. Host, please rest assured. After recuperating, the host will be able to recover. Before he made his move, Yi Xian's cultivation was at the upper 5th stage of the Heavenly God realm. However, when he was halfway through setting up the devil slaying restriction, Yi Xian's cultivation had already dropped to the middle 5th stage of the Heavenly God realm. Moreover, the drop was still continuing. Yi Xian walked all the way, leaving behind a trail of blood behind him. Those trails of blood were like sharp swords, stabbing into everyone's hearts. When Yi Xian finally finished setting up the Demon Slayer seal, he was only left with the cultivation of a lower grade 3 Heavenly God. Although he knew that he could recover, his miserable state was still so miserable. Grandmaster Yi, how are you? Are you alright? As soon as Yi Xian landed, countless people rushed over and asked with concern. I'm fine. You guys can take action now. That demonic chi can't do anything to the seal. Yi Xian, who was supported by Fian, said weakly. Wasn't he in such a miserable state for the sake of his current harvest? Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't miss this opportunity. Alright, everyone, let's kill those monsters. The battle started again. However, just as Yi Xian said, although demonic chi continued to surge over this time, once it reached the area where Yi Xian had set up the seal, it would be killed immediately. Although the demonic fishman's strength was not bad, all the forces were focused on killing the enemy because of Yi Xian. Therefore, those demonic fishmen were no match for them. In just half a day, hundreds of them were killed. However, from the small island, there were demonic fishmen constantly rushing out to join the battle. Therefore, for a while, the battle was still in a stalemate. Yi Xian said that he still needed to set up an invincible seal to guard against the fishmen's attacks. Yi Xian could do what he said. Therefore, after a short rest, he began to set up the invincible seal again. To be honest, Yi Xian's actions had touched countless people. Every person who passed by Yi Xian bowed respectfully to Yi Xian to show their respect before leaving. Secondary professions such as restriction master and weapon refiner were originally respected existences. Moreover, Yi Xian's talent in cultivation was also extremely astonishing. The title of number 1 on the genius list was not a joke. Naturally, there was no need to say how much room for growth such a powerful person had in the future. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian had used his actions to conquer almost everyone here. Of course, it was almost. In fact, there were also people who hated Yi Xian to the bone. Because there were indeed people who were preparing to do something here. The Annihilation organization hidden in the dark would not let go of any opportunity to cause chaos in the world. Naturally, this time was no exception. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's appearance had disrupted their plans. The people who cooperated with the Annihilation organization undoubtedly hated Yi Xian for meddling in other people's business. In fact, a conspiracy against Yi Xian was also being planned. This time, they wanted Yi Xian's life. According to Yi Xian's instructions, all the corpses of the demonized fishmen were delivered to him. Yi Xian's reason was that he wanted to get rid of all future troubles. After all, no one would suspect him. Besides, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were probably useless to anyone other than Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian was also enjoying this. Now, all he had to do was sit here and take a look from time to time. The corpses of the demonized fishmen would be delivered to him. Where else could he find such a good thing? Even if Yi Xian wanted to participate in the battle, he would definitely be stopped. This was because Yi Xian's miserable appearance had already frightened many people. In many people's hearts, Yi Xian was most likely gravely injured this time. Therefore, the various factions continued to send over healing elixirs. This made Yi Xian a little embarrassed. Fortunately, under the double restriction of the Demon Slayer restriction and the Invincible restriction, the demonized fishmen were constantly being eliminated. Meanwhile, the various factions had basically no casualties. This was very good news. Chapter 2193. Ding. Congratulations to Host for recovering. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a superior Tier 5 heavenly god. Has he finally recovered his strength? The corpses of the demonized fishmen continued to be delivered to Yi Xian for Yi Xian to deal with. Even so, Yi Xian still had to wait for a long time before he could recover his original strength. It could be said that Yi Xian felt that he had suffered a great loss by exchanging his level for the right to use the seals. Fortunately, he had finally recovered his strength. That brat is now heavily injured and everyone's attention is on the demonized fishmen. He only has a single maid by his side. Why don't we make our move tonight? That's right, we can't wait any longer. That brat actually dared to ruin our plans. No matter what, we can't let him continue to roam free. All right, then it's settled. Your Highness, I'll give you a chance to perform this time. I'm sure you know what to do. Don't worry, leave this to me. A group of people were secretly discussing something in a tent. So they were the ones who wanted to target Yi Xian. So the seventh prince wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Yi Xian. This meant that this scheme wasn't as simple as it seemed. After the group dispersed, Yi Lixio called for his 4 protectors. After a brief discussion, they all left. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about this. His current task was very simple. Occasionally he would check on the 2 seals. Other times he would just sit and wait for the demonized fishmen's corpses to deliver themselves to him. In the god realm, the 10 suns alternated. Strictly speaking, night didn't exist. However, it was still divided into days and nights. Ding. System notice, hostile intent detected. Host, please take note. Hostile intent? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment he was with Fian, inspecting the invincible seals to see if they were in good condition. The new round of battle had yet to begin, so it was very quiet. With the recovery of Yi Xian's strength and the fact that they were within the Alliance army, no one was worried about Yi Xian's safety. This was not the first time Yi Xian had only brought Fian along. In fact, according to Yi Xian's intentions, flying smoke didn't even need to come over. However, because of the incident last time when Yi Xian was injured, she refused to leave Yi Xian's side no matter what. Yi Xian couldn't possibly chase her away, so he had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and immediately released his divine telekinesis to check his surroundings. There was no one here. There didn't seem to be anyone suspicious. However, Yi Xian had complete trust in the system. Since the system said that there was hostility, then there must be someone nearby. And it must be an enemy. That brat seems to have discovered us. Yes, it's very likely. He was actually able to see through our disguises. That's not bad. However, only death awaits him. QWPM swoosh. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared around Yi Xian and flying smoke. However, even though the 4 of them had appeared, Yi Xian could only see them and not sense them. A special ability. A special ability that could block the detection of divine telekinesis. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. System, check their cultivation levels. Ding. System notification, 4 people have been specified. They are respectively at the low level of the 6th grade, the low level of the 3rd grade, the low level of the 4th grade, and the high level of the 9th grade. What the fuck? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. 3 spiritual gods and a peak heavenly god. Are they intending to kill me? Or you? What do you want? Yi Xian gazed at the 4 of them as he asked this question, and he'd already drawn Godslayer. Little fellow, what do you think we want? You're courting death for daring to spoil our plans. Then we'll fulfill your wish today. Ah, what a joke. Just the four of you? Even though Yi Xian was slightly nervous, his tone wouldn't show any weakness. Not to mention that he wasn't far from the campsite, so he believed that reinforcements would arrive very quickly if a battle really erupted. However, the words of those mysterious figures instantly shattered Yi Xian's hopes. Kid, you're still so arrogant when you're about to die. What? Do you think that someone will come to save you if you fight us? You're too naive. Do you think we didn't make any preparations when we chose this place to ambush you? Damn it. As soon as he heard this, Yi Xian knew that the matter wasn't so simple. System, check the surroundings. Ding. System notification, chain restriction formation detected. Chain restriction? It's actually a chain restriction? A chain restriction was even more terrifying than an ordinary restriction, because a chain restriction referred to a series of restrictions that were used together. Not to mention its function, it would take a lot of time to crack it. And Yi Xian believed that these people wouldn't give him the time to crack it. Sure enough, at this moment, the four of them shouted without hesitation. This guy is a restriction grandmaster. Don't give him the time to crack the restriction. Kill! Shouts of killing suddenly sounded out as the four of them decisively charged towards Yi Xian. Domineering sword cut. Consecutive sword cut. Destruction of 10 barons. Devil trapping curse. The four of them used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. Once they attacked, the four of them used their full strength. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by an unstoppable force. Ding! The host's life is under threat. The system automatically activates defense. Ding! A usable superpower has been detected. The invincible defense is activated. Bang! 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 With Yi Xian at the center, the entire ground was collapsing swiftly, and a mountain behind Yi Xian was even directly transformed into powder. However, this wasn't the thing that surprised Yi Xian the most. The thing that surprised Yi Xian the most was Fei Yan. At this moment, Fei Yan's wings flapped, and she'd actually vanished without a trace. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't even take care of himself right now, so he merely had the time to take a glance at Fei Yan. A formidable attack instantly erupted. However, the campsite that wasn't very far away didn't notice it at all. Under the concealment of the chain restriction, no one noticed that a life and death battle was actually occurring here. That kid is probably dead this time, right? Even a peak low-level domain enlightened spirit god would be instantly annihilated by our joint attacks, let alone a mere kid at the heavenly god realm. He's probably dead. The four of us trained painstakingly in these four super divine abilities since we were young, and our tacit understanding with each other is so high. The might we instantly erupted with is already comparable to the attack of a mid-level domain enlightened spirit god. It would be strange if he didn't die. The four of them stopped what they were doing and looked indifferently at the ruins as if they were certain that Yi Xian was dead for sure. Chapter 2194. At this moment, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. There was only a 100-meter-wide crater where he had been standing. However, just as the four of them were feeling proud of themselves, a voice was heard. But, do you want me to die that badly? It was Yi Xian's voice. The four of them were shocked. Their combined attack had failed to kill a mere heavenly god. How was this possible? Unfortunately, the truth was right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Yi Xian walked out of the dust cloud step by step. There was a faint barrier of light around him that prevented the dust from touching him. Qublim, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you here and I might spare your lives. Yi Xian was indeed shocked at that moment. These people's attacks were too unexpected and too powerful. Yi Xian couldn't defend himself at all. If the undead system had activated its invincible defense at the last moment, Yi Xian would probably be dead by now. You're fine? You want something to happen to me? You think you can rely on the four of you? You deserve to die. You wasted my absolute defense. Since you won't tell me, I'll have to find the answer myself. Spiritual consciousness control. This time, Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was targeted at the four of them. Of course, Yi Xian knew that it wouldn't work. It was impossible to control all four of them at the same time. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to really control them. Of course, he had to pick on the soft persimmons. Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was just a cover. In an instant, Yi Xian's hand flashed and a powerful attack was launched. This was Yi Xian's real killing move. Deity Slayer. Yi Xian's target was the peak heavenly god. He was the weakest among them. Boom. With a slash of his sword, that person was sent flying. There's no critical hit. Then eat my sword. Deity slaying slash. Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest after his first attack failed. He had already decided that he would definitely kill someone this time. Boom. This time, it was indeed a critical hit. The peak celestial god who was still resisting the control of his spiritual sense died in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian's spiritual perception control, it could only interfere for a blink of an eye, but that was enough. It was enough for Yi Xian to kill one person. When the other three finally broke free from the control of the spiritual sense, they only saw the corpses of their companions. In such a short time, Yi Xian had already killed one of them. How is this possible? These unknowns refused to believe that they had lost a comrade in such a short period of time. One had to know that any one of them was confident that they had the strength to kill Yi Xian. However, the facts were facts. Yi Xian had instantly annihilated one of them, and it was an instant kill without any pressure at all. Yi Xian casually took that person's universe ring, but he didn't take that person's corpse. Because Yi Xian had Yi Xian's plans. Then you're next. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and spoke to that low-rank third-rank domain enlightened spirit god. His tone was so indifferent as if he wasn't talking about killing someone but about how good the weather was today. That low-rank third-rank domain enlightened spirit god was shocked, and it was even to the extent that he felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he'd probably encountered huge trouble this time. However, he was a domain enlightened spirit god after all, whereas Yi Xian was merely at the heavenly god realm and was even heavily injured. So, he didn't believe that Yi Xian could kill him. Kid, are you talking about me? What an arrogant kid. Today, I'll properly teach you how to respect experts. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Even though Yi Xian hadn't chosen the other two as his targets, they didn't care about morality at all. They only had a single objective, and it was to annihilate Yi Xian. As for what methods they had to use, they didn't consider it at all. The three of them attacked Yi Xian once more. However, could it be that they think Yi Xian would be completely unprepared like he was the last time? How could that be possible? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. Summon the god rank mounts. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 deity-level mounts appeared. As soon as they appeared, they split into two groups and pounced on one person each. Using 500 god rank mounts to trap a single domain enlightened spirit god was practically no pressure at all. On the other hand, Yi Xian tossed Megatron to Yi Xian, and then he charged towards the targets that Yi Xian had chosen a long time ago with Megatron. Yi Xian swung his fist. However, the true threat was the Godslayer. The might of the Godslayer under Megatron's control was even greater than when Yi Xian was controlling it himself. That person was clearly slightly flustered. They clearly possessed an absolute advantage, and they clearly possessed the strength to crush Yi Xian. However, as soon as they attacked, they realized exactly how terrifying Yi Xian was when he went berserk. Bang! The Godslayer under Megatron's control arrived before Yi Xian's attack. It directly pierced through that person's body, and at the same time, it shattered that person's godhead. That mysterious person's eyes were extremely dazed. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand exactly how he died. However, he didn't need to understand. Rumble! Yi Xian blasted that person flying with a punch. Of course, that person had no chance of survival since a long time ago. The Godslayer swiftly flew over and took that person's universe ring. At this moment, Yi Xian finally turned his attention to the other two people trapped by the god-level mounts. You've got guts. How dare you attack me? Did you think this would be the outcome before you attacked? Yi Xian looked at the two people mockingly. These people had set up a chain of restrictions here. These things weren't something they could set up with their strength. In fact, after they activated the chain of restrictions, even they couldn't open it themselves. 1,000 god-level mounts were divided into two groups, constantly charging forward. The two people could only fight back in panic. How could they possibly free themselves to attack Yi Xian? Well then, between the two of you, who wants to live? Tell me who sent you here. I'll spare the life of the person who tells me first. Speak, don't test my patience. Megatron controlled the God-Slayer and circled Yi Xian as if he could attack at any time. Kid, we really underestimated your strength for not being able to kill you. However, if you want to get what you want from us, dream on. One of them shouted loudly. Yi Xian smiled and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the other person. I'll talk. Will you let me go if I tell you? Yes, I, Yi Xian, always keep my word. I've said that I'll let go of the person who tells me who's behind you. Chapter 2195. After all, the strength Yi Xian had displayed was simply too frightening. The moment he attacked, he killed two of their companions. In that case, would they be the next to be killed? It's His Highness the Seventh Prince. We are His Highness the Seventh Prince's guards. A voice rang out. However, it wasn't the one who had wanted to answer Yi Xian's question. The one who had rushed to answer was the one who had insisted on keeping the secret a secret. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as he looked at that person. Did I ask you a question? Boom. The god-slaying sword rushed over, and one sword light after another rushed over. If one strike didn't deal a critical hit, what about 10? That person had never expected that Yi Xian wouldn't let him go even though he had taken the initiative to answer. Even more unexpected was that Yi Xian's attacks would be so strange and powerful. Finally, one of the strikes dealt a critical hit and heavily injured that person. How could the god-tier mounts beside him let go of such a good opportunity? They all charged forward. Without a doubt, that person had no chance of survival. Grandmaster Yi, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. The last person stared at Yi Xian in shock. Right now, he was only thinking about how to survive. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid when he saw his companions being dismembered by those divine beasts. They were Yi Lixio's guards. Normally, they could bully the weak with ease. However, when faced with a strong opponent, they didn't have the slightest bit of courage. You want to talk now? It's too late. I said before that whoever tells me what I want to know can live. Unfortunately, I already know what I want to know. So, you can die now. The God-Slayer and all the other god-tier mounts charged at that person. If that was the case, how could he possibly survive? Another kill. How long had it been since the four of them jumped out and were killed by Yi Xian? Qubim, you said you wouldn't kill me. At the moment of his death, the last person's eyes were still filled with longing for life. What a pity! Since he cherished his life so much, why did he come looking for trouble with Yi Xian? Yi Xian collected their yin and yang rings but didn't devour them. Resources were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian had already killed those four people, Yi Xian was still furious. However, Yi Xian was still quite angry in his heart. Absolute defense wasn't something that could be obtained just because he said so. Not to mention the cooldown, even the singularity wasn't that easy to find. It could be said that Yi Xian's absolute defense wouldn't be able to be used for a short period of time. This was definitely something that Yi Xian found hard to accept. Therefore, he needed resources to use the mirror image divine ability. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have the slightest confidence in facing a sudden attack like this one. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any trump cards. For example, his Summon the World skill hadn't been used yet. Because there was no opponent worthy of Yi Xian's full strength. It only took a little more time to break the chain restriction, but it wasn't impossible. Soon, Yi Xian broke the chain restriction. However, Fian's figure also appeared in front of Yi Xian. Girl, not bad. Your life-saving method is pretty good. I'm relieved. Yi Xian said with a smile. He didn't blame Fian for not making a move. In Yi Xian's heart, he didn't want Fian to protect him. Who knew that as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Fian threw out two corpses. Young master, these two people were hiding in the dark. They wanted to sneak attack young master while these 4 people were attacking young master, so this little girl took care of them. Enemies lurking in the dark. Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had to thank Fian this time. During the battle just now, there was a period of time when Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all. The 1,000 beast sword attendants, divine mounts, and the Godslayer had all been sent out. Yi Xian was practically defenseless, and his invincible defense was on cooldown. If those 2 had suddenly attacked Yi Xian at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What a trick! What a scheme! It was actually linked to one another. Unfortunately, they still failed. Yi Xian casually put away the 2 people's Qiankuan realm, but suddenly had an idea. Yi Lixio didn't know that the subordinates he'd sent out had all been wiped out. He was still waiting for good news. In his heart, the trap he'd set up was definitely enough to kill Yi Xian. It was definitely a perfect plan. However, all of a sudden, a voice sounded from outside. "Your Highness, Grandmaster Yi requests an audience." "Grandmaster Yi? Which Grandmaster Yi?" Yi Lixio was taken aback. In his heart, Yi Xian was probably already dead, so he didn't react when he heard Grandmaster Yi. "It's Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi." How could the guard know what his master was thinking? He actually answered honestly. The guard's words made Yi Lixio's hair stand on end. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That brat, shouldn't he have been killed by now? Why would he appear outside his tent? Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already barged in. There wasn't a single person in the allied army who didn't know Yi Xian. In their eyes, Yi Xian was a mysterious expert. Moreover, they wouldn't dare underestimate Yi Xian just because his cultivation base was low. Therefore, when Yi Xian barged in, the guards didn't dare directly stop him. "Yi Lixio, 7th Prince, you've given me quite a generous gift. However, it's impolite not to reciprocate, so I'll give you a gift as well." Yi Xian smiled as soon as he entered Yi Lixio's tent. Yi Lixio didn't know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Could it be that those people hadn't had time to attack? That was the only thing Yi Lixio could think of. After all, in his mind, killing Yi Xian was practically a foregone conclusion. However, when Yi Xian casually tossed a bag in front of Yi Lixio instantly panicked. Because Yi Xian hadn't concealed the bag at all. He didn't even need to open it for him to see what was inside. 6 heads. They were the 6 people Yi Lixio had sent out. Besides a peak heavenly god, the other 5 were all domain enlightened spirit gods. However, how long had it been since they'd left? And now, their heads had been tossed in front of Yi Lixio? Since the 7th Prince likes to give me gifts, then I won't mind. If you have any more gifts in the future, feel free to send them over. Yi Xian will accept them all. Yi Xian clearly knew that Yi Lixio was the mastermind behind these people. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately kill Yi Lixio. It wasn't because this was the allied army's camp, but because Yi Xian wanted to test whether Yi Lixio had any other companions. Chapter 2196. After leaving behind the bag, Yi Xian turned and left as if he really had come just to give them a gift. Of course, the gift was very valuable. The others didn't know what had happened between Yi Xian and Yi Lixio because Yi Xian wasn't prepared to say anything. Only after Yi Xian left did Yi Lixio react. How many domain spirit god realm guards had he brought with him this time? He hadn't expected that almost all of them would be wiped out in a single operation. Yi Lixio didn't dare tarry at all and immediately ran to another tent. Although Yi Xian had left, it wasn't difficult for him to find out what had happened here. So, he had also seen what had happened. As expected, they have accomplices. I didn't expect that they would still be in the mood to think about how to kill me when facing such a powerful enemy like the demonized fishmen. Even if not all of them were bribed by annihilation, I still won't let them go. Yi Xian thought to himself, but his eyes were fixed on that tent. He didn't know who was in that tent at all, but he already wanted to kill them. If they dared to attack him, then they should be prepared to die. System, start setting up the restrictions. Wasn't Yi Lixio planning to use restrictions to trap him? So now, Yi Xian was going to use restrictions to restrain these people before doing anything else. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. With the system's help, setting up restrictions was a matter of minutes for Yi Xian. Yi Xian still didn't know how to set up a chain of restrictions, but Yi Xian's single restriction was anything but ordinary. However, Yi Xian didn't have any concealment treasures on hand right now, so he was discovered after just 3 restrictions. Who's outside? This is the main camp, so it's normal for there to be people around. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wait, someone's been loitering around us. There's definitely a problem. I'll go take a look. One of them had keenly sensed Yi Xian's unusual behavior, so he walked out directly. Yi Xian would never have thought that this fellow would be able to discover his whereabouts in this bustling camp. Furthermore, he was able to deduce that he was acting strangely. This guy was either too sensitive or too astute. It's you. When that person saw Yi Xian, he was slightly taken aback. After all, they were still in the room discussing how to take down Yi Xian in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that Yi Xian was already hovering around them? Needless to say, Yi Xian must have discovered something. The others also came out soon after. When they saw Yi Xian, they were all slightly surprised. Of course, Yi Xian was rather surprised at this moment as well. After all, Yi Xian originally thought that there were only some low-rank domain enlightened spirit gods here, and the strongest here was probably a mid-rank domain enlightened spirit god. However, when the system notification resounded, he finally realized exactly how formidable the enemies he was facing this time were. Ding. System notification. The targets specified are respectively at the 2nd rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, the 7th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, the 9th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and the 6th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. These 4 people were merely the strongest amongst them. As for the heavenly god realm, there were still a few others. In just an instant, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't defeat them at all. Fortunately, they were in the camp, and Yi Xian had set up restrictions. So, Yi Xian was still confident in his ability to take them down. It's me. So what? Yi Xian gazed at them, and his figure suddenly retreated backwards. He wasn't afraid, and it was because Yi Xian intended to leave the range of attack of the first restriction. Kid, you actually dared to deliver yourself to us. You killed 6 of the 7th Prince's guards for no reason. We were just about to have a good talk with you, but we never expected that you would actually deliver yourself to us. Then, shouldn't you come in and give us an explanation for why you killed them? Why I killed them? I'm afraid all of you are well aware of the reason, right? Yi Xian gazed at them. It could be said that Yi Xian could use various methods to deal with low-level domain enlightened spirit gods. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to mid-level domain enlightened spirit gods even if he used all his strength. As for high-level domain enlightened spirit gods, they could even instantly annihilate Yi Xian. The opponents this time were very strong. They were strong to the point that Yi Xian had no choice but to swiftly think of a countermeasure. Moreover, he had to consider what to do if he couldn't defeat them. He had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Only by summoning all of them here would he be safe. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then he didn't hesitate to activate the first restriction. Rumble. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, and then heavenly lightning surged and struck down incessantly where the group of people stood. However, while such force might be able to harm heavenly gods, it couldn't do anything to domain enlightened spirit gods. Yi Xian had originally intended to use this as a supplementary method to make it convenient for him to charge in and kill. However, the enemies were unexpectedly strong, so Yi Xian had no choice but to use the heavenly lightning restriction as a signal. Sure enough, along with the surging heavenly lightning, everyone in the campsite was alarmed, and countless experts directly flew over. After that, they witnessed a strange scene. Yi Xian was facing numerous experts by himself, and he was even taking the initiative to attack. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing? The first to charge over to Yi Xian was Grandmaster Moonless. At this moment, Grandmaster Moonless was simply unable to understand Yi Xian. Why would Yi Xian attack these experts who were obviously much stronger than him by himself? This matter seemed extremely strange. All of you came at the right time to trap them. These fellows are the masterminds behind the incident with the demonized fishmen. Moreover, they even sent people to annihilate me not too long ago. What? Such a thing actually happened? Everyone had different reactions when they heard Yi Xian. Some people represented by the Tower Master of the 100 Pavilions, Lu Luo, and Ling Xian didn't say anything and directly surrounded that group of people. On the other hand, there was another group of people who maintained a wait-and-see attitude and were still guessing. There were also some people like the treasure-gathering pavilion that had already spoken out against it. Grandmaster Yi, we know that you've always had a personal grudge with the Dark Knight Empire's 7th prince. However, we're facing a formidable enemy now. Do you think we can temporarily ignore this matter? This fellow's words were very sinister. To put it bluntly, he was saying that Yi Xian was using his position to avenge a personal grudge and ruin the matter with the demonized fishmen. Unfortunately, Yi Xian paid no attention to this person at all. If it wasn't for the fact that this person wasn't bribed by annihilation, then Yi Xian would probably not let him off either. However, since Yi Xian had spoken, then the people inside wouldn't remain silent. Chapter 2197. Yi Xian couldn't tell anyone about the annihilation of the organization, and even if he did, no one would know. Moreover, if it was revealed that he knew about the annihilation of the organization, then even if Yi Xian had heaven-defying abilities, he would still die. Thus, Yi Xian had to think of a suitable reason. Yi Xian's eyes turned as he quickly replied, You don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit it, do you? Yi Lixio sent guards to ambush me, but I killed them instead. But before they died, they told me all of your plans. Didn't you want to destroy the Alliance Army's operation and release those demonized fishmen? Didn't you want to take advantage of this chaos to make a name for yourself? What, you still want to argue? Ha! Brat, do you think anyone will believe you when you say such things? Release the demonized fishmen? Release the ancient sword intent? What good would that do us? The man laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wasn't that so? The reason that Yi Xian gave was simply a joke. No matter how one looked at it, releasing the demonized fishmen and releasing the ancient sword intent wouldn't benefit them in the slightest. Yi Xian frowned. He knew that the reason he gave couldn't be considered a reason at all. However, these people had to die. But at this moment, a voice rang out. I believe you. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, several figures arrived at Yi Xian's side. Master, Mistress, Senior Brother. Before Yi Xian came out, he already knew that the 5th Hall Master and the others would come here to investigate the matter of the demonized fishmen. However, he didn't expect that his master would actually arrive at such a critical moment. What was even more unexpected was that his master actually didn't doubt him and stood on his side. Kid, I told you not to come, but you snuck in. Just wait, I'll deal with you when we get back. The 5th Hall Master first messaged Yi Xian, then turned to the trapped people. Greetings, 5th Hall Master. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Emo Shanga's authority was unquestionable in the 100 territories. Who would have thought that the 5th Hall Master would come in person and protect his disciple without hesitation? However, right at this moment, another group of people appeared. Senior Brother, aren't you being too biased towards your disciple? I'm afraid you can't come to a conclusion so early before you investigate this matter thoroughly. Someone from the 3rd Hall also came. Although it was not the Hall Master who came personally, it was still an elder with a high status. However, it was clear that they would not side with Yi Xian. Well, does Junior Brother have a different opinion? Although the 5th Hall Master was very cowardly in his own home, and the elders and even the disciples were not afraid of him, he was still an expert who kept his word to the outside world. Naturally, he was not happy to see that person contradicting him. Senior Brother, don't be anxious. I'm just stating the facts. After all, Yi Xian is a disciple of our Mo Shang Pavilion. Naturally, I can't say that I suspect Yi Xian. However, this matter is still very serious. Therefore, I suggest that we investigate thoroughly first. Yi Xian knew that from the moment this person appeared, his plan to kill Yi Lixio and the others could no longer be carried out. Speaking of which, Yi Xian was to blame for being too rash. He had not made any preparations for this operation. It could be said that this failure was entirely his own fault. Since Martial Uncle has said so, this disciple will not say anything else. However, this disciple was indeed ambushed by the 7th Prince's subordinates. Moreover, this disciple heard about this matter from his subordinates. I hope Martial Uncle can investigate thoroughly. Yi Xian rushed to speak first. He knew that if a conflict broke out now, even if the fifth hall master was biased towards him, there would be trouble in the future. Is this true? The elder looked at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes. Yes, this disciple dares to swear on his godhead. Alright, I understand. Boom. He attacked without hesitation. In front of so many people, that elder did not hesitate at all and directly killed Yi Lixiu. The seventh prince of the Tangtang Dark Knight Empire had been killed without any preparation. This time, not even Yi Xian would have expected this. In Yi Xian's mind, Mo Shanggu was a puppet of the Annihilation Dark Knight Empire. In that case, Mo Shanggu was the biggest mastermind behind these people. However, this elder directly killed Yi Lixiu just because of a single sentence from Yi Xian. What was going on? I don't care who you are. If you dare to bully my Mo Shanggu, then you are courting death. Yi Xian, senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. No one can bully my Mo Shangji's people. What a tyrannical tone. However, these words pushed Yi Xian in a bad direction. This elder looked like he was helping Yi Xian, but in reality, he was pushing Yi Xian to the opposite side of the crowd. Such an obvious cover-up would only make Yi Xian even more unpopular. However, Yi Xian couldn't say anything about the elder's actions. In fact, Yi Xian couldn't even suspect anything. At most, he felt like this martial uncle was taking care of him. How can you kill someone just like that? Even if that guy is at fault, we still have to investigate thoroughly. The fifth hall master was no fool. Even though he appeared to be protecting Yi Xian to the end, he could still see that he was trying to frame Yi Xian. The elder smiled bitterly and said, Yes, senior brother. Yes, senior brother is right. Junior brother was too rash. Junior brother will start the investigation now. Since he'd already killed someone, Yi Xian's image in everyone's hearts had been greatly damaged. Even if they found out, what could they do? However, Yi Xian was oversimplifying things. Alright, I'll leave this matter to junior brother. Yi Xian, come with me. Yi Xian had no choice but to leave with the fifth hall master. However, as soon as he left, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. They were puzzled as to why Mo Shanggu had sent so many people this time, but more importantly, they were discussing Yi Lixiu's death. There was no doubt that many people were unfriendly towards Yi Xian. It could be said that the friendliness Yi Xian had gained by harming himself was mostly destroyed because of Yi Lixiu's death. Fortunately, there was still a portion of people who stood firmly on Yi Xian's side. After Yi Xian was thoroughly questioned by his master and mistress, they no longer bothered with him. Wang Tian was extremely pleased this time. Seeing Yi Xian being scolded, he was extremely happy. To think that you would have such a day. Who told you to sneak out to play by yourself and not call me? Serves you right. Yi Xian was speechless. Did he come out to play? How could this brainless guy know about the responsibility on his shoulders? Forget it, this guy was wholeheartedly good to him. What could he do? Chapter 2198. Senior brother, I want to kill someone. What do you think? Are you going to help me or report to mistress? Yi Xian said directly to Wang Tianjin. Kill someone? What the fuck? Junior brother, you're so ruthless. Who are you going to kill? How are you going to kill them? When are you going to do it? Of course I'm going to help you. Aren't you going to ask me why I want to kill someone? I don't care. In any case, you're going to be punished when mother blames you. I'm just an accomplice at most. Fuck you. Yi Xian realized that his IQ would be lowered by a lot every time he was with Wang Tianjin. This fellow was simply an extremely brainless fellow. All right. This time we're going to kill him. Earlier, Yi Xian had been paying attention to a problem. His opponent was a peak heavenly god who hadn't spoken much. That fellow was clearly just a heavenly god, but the others were intentionally or unintentionally protecting him in the center. Moreover, there were many times when even those high-level spiritual gods had glanced at him. Perhaps the others hadn't noticed these details, but Yi Xian had. There was definitely something wrong with that person. He was definitely hiding a huge secret. Although Yi Xian didn't know what that secret was, one thing was certain. As long as he could pry open that person's mouth, then Yi Xian would definitely be able to obtain a lot of information. Perhaps he would be able to find an answer to many things, including the matter of the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian noticed that person's clothes. He was only a disciple of a small sect called the Overfire sect. The Overfire sect was very small. It could even be said that they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in this operation. However, they had come. Just this point alone was already suspicious. Moreover, that person was protected by so many others, so it would be a lie to say that there wasn't anything wrong with him. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and brought Wang Tianjin along. Why did Yi Xian bring Wang Tianjin along? Of course, it wasn't to let Wang Tian be a battle helper, but to borrow Wang Tian's big mouth. Ever since the arrival of the people from the Fifth Palace, although Yi Xian didn't care what others thought of him, he didn't want the people from the Fifth Palace to see him as a lawless person. He didn't want the people from the Fifth Palace to ostracize him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the campsite of the Blaze Supremacy sect. But what Yi Xian did not expect was that someone had arrived before them. It was the elder from the third hall, including those who were trapped by Yi Xian during the day. Wang Tianjin was usually carefree and ignorant, but that didn't mean that he was really stupid. Seeing this, Wang Tianjin casually took out a magic treasure. This Dharma treasure was like an eye, staring directly at the other side. Senior brother, what is this? Yi Xian looked at Wang Tianjin in surprise. He had no idea what Wang Tianjin was up to. Shu, lower your voice. Come eat this pill. Yi Xian naturally did not suspect anything and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he heard Wang Tianjin say, "This is called the omniscient eye." Of course, it's the simplest type. However, this omniscient eye can record everything you see and hear. Moreover, this omniscient eye of mine is a pair of eyes with another omniscient eye in Mother's hand. Therefore, Mother and the others can see everything we see and hear. The pill I just gave you was a limitless beast spirit pill. The limitless beast has no other use except for its powerful concealment ability. It can temporarily hide us, and with your formation, we can get closer to those people. Yi Xian nodded, but his heart was slightly shaken. He hadn't expected the usually sloppy senior brother Wang to be so capable when it came to serious business. Slap. This was the sound of a slap, a resounding slap. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What are you doing? How did Yi Xian notice something amiss? If I hadn't killed Yi Lixio, do you think the Fifth Hall Master would have let this go? As for you, as a supervisor, you actually didn't notice anything amiss with Yi Xian? Supervisor, please don't blame us. We were indeed on guard and were very careful. However, Yi Xian damaged his own cultivation when he set up the restriction. Yi Lixio sent out 6 elites, and 5 of them were at the domain spirit god realm. This should have been a foolproof plan, but we don't know why we failed. You don't know? Is that the reason? Yi Xian was originally a genius in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Although our tribe has already completely controlled the first hall of the Mo Shang Pavilion and the other 8 halls have also infiltrated, the 5th hall is the only one that we can't do anything to. The 5th hall was originally the orthodox hall of the entire Mo Shang Pavilion. How could it be that easy to deal with? You rice buckets, can't you even handle such a small matter? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. No wonder the 5th hall of the Mo Shang Pavilion doesn't seem to fit in with the other halls. No wonder the 5th hall has declined so badly. Someone is pushing it out on purpose. Alright, we must make that ancient sword intent appear. Only by doing so can we throw the Mo Shang 100 territories into chaos. Only then can we seize the opportunity to develop and even take complete control of the Mo Shang 100 territories. We can't allow any accidents. All of you have to pay special attention to Yi Xian and find a chance to kill him. That kid isn't simple. Understand? Yes, we understand. Suddenly Yi Xian felt someone pat him. He turned around and saw that Wang Tianjin was telling him to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly left with Wang Tianjin. There was no chance for him to kill someone tonight. However, Yi Xian still felt rather depressed. Great, now there are people everywhere who want to deal with me. He didn't know when they would make a move next time. However, when Yi Xian returned to the 5th hall, he was thrown into temporary confinement by his master's wife. Of course, there was also Wang Tianjin. Although they had obtained very important information, they were still punished. A few days passed and the battle with the demonized fishmen continued. It didn't seem like anything special on the surface. However, one day, a disciple who was fighting at the front line quickly ran back. "Grandmaster Yi, Grandmaster Yi." The disciple panicked and shouted loudly as soon as he entered the camp. Yi Xian, who was being confined by his master's wife, could only stick his head out of the window and say loudly, "I'm here. Quick, Grandmaster Yi, go to the front line. The demon-slaying restriction has failed and dozens of powerful demonized creatures have appeared at the front line. We have suffered heavy losses." What? The demon-slaying restriction has failed? Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly ran out. Even if his master's wife scolded him, Yi Xian couldn't say that he didn't care. Wang Tianjin thought about it and directly followed behind Yi Xian. Chapter 2199. For some reason, a loophole had appeared in the demon-slaying seal. Perhaps the demon fishmen had destroyed it. The loophole wasn't big, only a meter wide. However, a meter-wide loophole was enough for demon chi to enter. In this way, those demon fishmen and demon humans that had been killed by the demon chi could be resurrected instantly. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that those monsters also know how to break the seal? Yi Xian was furious. However, when he saw the third hall elder in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. Yi Xian thought of a possibility. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was very possible. Perhaps, the loophole wasn't created by the demon fishmen. It was a traitor. "Grandmaster Yi, it's good that you're here. Do you have a way to seal the loophole?" Everyone was excited when they saw Yi Xian. After all, it had only been a little more than 2 hours since the loophole appeared. However, they had already lost more than 30 disciples. "Yi Xian, if you can seal the loophole, then go. Master's wife will protect you." Yi Xian's master's wife stepped forward and said to Yi Xian, "Don't worry, this disciple will definitely seal the loophole." Yi Xian nodded. He had to seal the loophole. Otherwise, his side would suffer heavy losses. "Junior brother, go ahead. We will protect you." Another few disciples of the fifth hall stood out. The location of the loophole was shockingly behind the demonized fishman's camp. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to repair the loophole, he would have to pass through the entire demonized fishman's camp. This time, the operation would be incomparably dangerous. However, the people of the fifth hall stood out without hesitation. Yi Xian was slightly moved. The fifth hall was his true home in the realm of the gods. This was because these senior brothers and sisters truly treated him, Yi Xian, as their junior brother. This time, even though they knew that they might die in battle, no one hesitated. It could be said that other than Yi Xian's master, everyone else had stepped forward, including Wang Tianjin, who was following behind Yi Xian. "All right, let's go together." Yi Xian nodded. Then, without hesitation, he rushed out. "Kill!" The disciples of the fifth hall rushed in front of Yi Xian without hesitation, clearing the path for Yi Xian. The side of the demonized fishmen was clearly prepared. More than 300 demonized fishmen directly rushed out. On Yi Xian's side, there were only 30 or so people. Even with an expert like Yi Xian's master's wife in the center, it was inevitable that there would be losses. Before they could rush over, one of the fifth hall's disciples was surrounded by the demonized fishmen due to a moment of carelessness and died instantly. "Senior brother." Yi Xian witnessed the fall of that person with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. However, his current strength was limited, and there was nothing he could do. "Yi Xian, go." Yi Xian turned his head to look at the spot where his senior brother had fallen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 1,000 beasts sword servants. Divine mount summon. Charge. Charge. In an instant, thousands of divine rank mounts appeared and directly crushed forward. Although divine rank mounts were constantly being killed along the way, Yi Xian didn't care so much. Megatron, flying sword form. In an instant, Megatron separated from the Godslayer and transformed into a flying sword form, increasing Yi Xian's speed again. At this time, Yi Xian and the others had already broken through the blockade of the demonized fishmen. The disciples of the fifth hall were guarding the two sides. In front of Yi Xian, two disciples were clearing the way. Yi Xian knew that he had to be fast. He had to repair the hole as soon as possible. Otherwise, more of his senior brothers and sisters would die. It was difficult to rush over, but it did not take much time to repair it. After all, it was only a 1-meter hole. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. Suddenly, the system's warning sounded. Just as Yi Xian finished repairing the restriction and was about to leave, a demonized person rushed out from under his feet. A peak spiritual god. This was simply a trap. This was simply a trap that wanted to kill Yi Xian. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yi Xian. A pair of nimble wings made her petite body exceptionally nimble. Who else could it be but Fian? Boom! As soon as Fian appeared, she directly blocked the demonized person's attack for Yi Xian. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. However, how could there be only one ambush? Just as Fian blocked the demonized person, another demonized fishman jumped out and attacked Yi Xian. A peak spiritual god. Another peak domain enlightened spirit god. This was a powerful existence that Yi Xian could not resist at all. Damn it! Don't hurt my disciple! Boom! A powerful pressure descended, and at the same time, a terrifying attack descended. Without any suspense, the demonized fishman was directly suppressed. Devouring hand. At this moment, only Yi Xian himself knew how much he yearned for strength. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly devoured the corpses of a few demonized fishmen. However, at the same time, Yi Xian was retreating at full speed. However, there were only 30 of them, so they seemed so weak when they charged into the demonized fishmen's headquarters. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 6th rank of the Heavenly God realm. Elder of the Rescue Pavilion. Charge! The members of the Ling Xian Pavilion moved out. Perhaps the Ling Xian Pavilion's strength was inferior to the Mo Shang Pavilion, but compared to any other power, the Ling Xian Pavilion was probably more concerned about Yi Xian. Save Grandmaster Yi. Kill them all. Bai Lu led his subordinates and charged over as well. Save Yi Xian. Save the pride of our Mo Shang training camp. Kill. It was Lu Luo's voice. Yi Xian was the pride of the Mo Shang training camp. At some unknown time, these words had started to spread throughout the Mo Shang training camp. At this moment, practically no one from the few hundred members of the Mo Shang training camp hesitated and moved out in full force. This was the first time an all-out war had broken out, and it was for the sake of saving Yi Xian. It was easy to charge over, but it wasn't so easy to charge out. This time, it was very obvious that this was a scheme that had been planned since a long time ago. Not only had the demonized fishmen mobilized a few dozen demonized fishmen, their numbers had actually reached a few thousand. They surrounded Yi Xian. These fellows only had one goal, and that was to kill him. Moreover, demonized fishmen were constantly joining the battle from the small bridge. The members of the fifth hall surrounded Yi Xian, and for the first time, Yi Xian felt that he was so useless. All his divine rank mounts had been killed in battle, and even the 1,000 beast sword attendants had been directly suppressed. There were actually 7 formidable peak domain enlightened spirit gods and demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the peak domain enlightened spirit god realm. They were constantly charging at Yi Xian's group. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 2200. He watched as the disciples of the fifth palace fell one after another. Ever since Yi Xian had joined, the disciples who had taken care of him time and time again had all died in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart was filled with hatred and killing intent. Junior martial brother Yi, let's go down the mountain and play with senior martial brother. Yi Xian still remembered the first time that senior brother met him. He immediately dragged him down the mountain to play. Junior martial brother Yi, this is for you. We secretly brought it back. It's very delicious. You must be careful not to let Wang Tianjin discover it. Once that guy sees it, he'll definitely snatch it all up. Yi Xian remembered clearly that a senior sister had secretly brought back this delicious food for him. However, this senior sister had left him forever. Ah. Ding. Warning. Warning. Host is in a berserk state. Host is in a berserk state. Ding. Warning. Warning. The forced cooling function has failed. Initiating the guided rescue function. Along with the system's voice, everyone saw a crazy Yixian, a terrifying Yixian. I'm going to kill you. I want all of you to die. Boom. Yixian casually waved his hand, and more than 30 offensive restrictions instantly appeared. Thunder rumbled, earth fire spread, ancient trees towered into the sky, and mountains and rivers shattered. In an instant, a land of death appeared in front of Yixian. When Yixian attacked, he actually killed over 300 demonized fishmen. Die, all of you die. With Yixian at the center, more than a dozen phantoms appeared in an instant. These were all existences that had been randomly summoned by Summon the Heavens. The moment these phantoms appeared, they did not fight, but self-destructed. Boom boom boom. Loud explosions rang out unceasingly, and countless demonized fishmen were blasted to death. Die, all of you. Yixian wielded the god-slaying sword and swung it forward. An unprecedentedly large beam of light appeared. It was so large that it lit up the entire battlefield. Hundreds of demonized fishmen, regardless of their cultivation, were all killed by Yixian. Devour, devour, devour. One by one, the corpses of the demonized fishmen and the magic treasures that were left behind were continuously devoured by Yixian. However, Yixian's level didn't increase in the slightest, because all of that power was used up by Yixian. Spiritual sense control. Yixian sent out almost all of his divine sense, but in exchange, almost 100 demon fishmen fell under Yixian's control without a doubt. Even if it was only for a moment, the demon fishmen then pointed their weapons at their companions. Ding. Warning. Warning. System overload. System overload. Poochie! Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The brief moment of rampage was the result of both Yixian and the system unleashing a powerful attack at the same time. Fortunately, the system had reduced the damage that Yixian had received through guidance. Quick, take Yixian and leave. Mistress was the first to react. At this moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying of a genius Yixian was. Everyone could see that Yixian was burning his own life force when he unleashed that attack just now. Of course, what they didn't know was that Yixian was actually burning the system. However, that powerful attack still frightened everyone. He was just a mere heavenly god who hadn't even reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. The attack that he unleashed and the strength that he unleashed was already more terrifying than all of them combined. Even though there wasn't a single intermediate domain enlightened spirit god that had died at Yixian's hands, that terrifying lethality was still horrifying. A group of people with evil intentions looked at Yixian with fear in their eyes. They now knew how terrifying it was to anger Yixian. Yixian fainted. This was the first time that Yixian had suffered such a serious injury since he entered the heavenly realm. However, he had done it willingly. Ding. System notification. Host has regained consciousness. Ding. System notification. System repair complete. After an unknown number of days, Yixian finally woke up. His powerful recovery ability allowed him to recover quickly even after suffering such a serious injury. Ding. System notification. The system is much more humane. Ding. System notification. Host has activated a special ability, Rampage. Ding. Rampage ability. When the host is strongly stimulated or is facing an extremely powerful enemy, the system will activate a special protection program. The host will temporarily unleash 100-fold combat strength. However, this state is extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to the host's death. Ding! The system has activated the protection function of the host. The Berserk ability is hidden and is set as a hidden ability. The host cannot actively use it or discover it. Yixian didn't know about these notifications at all. Instead, he waited for the series of notifications to end before Yixian slowly woke up. F***CK, that hurts. Yixian woke up and found that his entire body was in extreme pain. After all, he had a powerful recovery ability. He didn't expect such a tragedy to occur. Oh my God, you're finally awake. It's you, senior brother Wang. Forget it. Don't be so polite with me. Hurry up and eat something to nourish your body. Your maid looks at me with resentful eyes every day. She almost scared me to death. Yi Xian was speechless. However, it could be seen that Wang Tianjin had been taking care of him all this time. Of course, it was with Fian. Yi Xian was unconscious for a full 3 days this time. Many things happened in these 3 days. Because of Yi Xian's rampage, he directly killed more than half of the demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the bridgehead. And because of Yi Xian's rampage, everyone's blood boiled. They all bravely took the lead and directly killed all the demonized fishmen at the bridgehead. Of course, those corpses were all left there for Yi Xian to deal with. In the eyes of everyone, the demonized fishmen corpses were all left for Yi Xian to deal with. It had become a habit. Those who secretly wanted to harm Yi Xian had seriously miscalculated this time. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of this situation to kill Yi Xian. However, they didn't expect Yi Xian to go berserk and destroy all their plans. Moreover, it directly made it possible to destroy the demonized Fishman Island. In these 3 days, those guys naturally wanted to find an opportunity to make a move on Yi Xian. However, because of Yi Xian's rampage, Yi Xian's status in everyone's eyes was raised to the extreme. In fact, there were many special abilities, special pills, and special treasures that could activate a person's rampage state. However, generally, it would only increase one's combat strength by a few times. It was already amazing to be able to stimulate a dozen times. As for dozens of times, that was a legendary existence. In that case, what was Yi Xian's rampage 100 times? Perhaps it could only be described as a monster and a genius. Chapter 2201. Those who were originally treated as enemies by Yi Xian, or those who had revealed even the slightest bit of hostility towards Yi Xian, were all pushed to a corner. Even the people from the third hall were chased away. The reason was that Yi Xian wanted to rest in peace. In reality, wasn't it to exclude them? Then, how could they have the chance to make a move? Hey, Master Yi is awake. When Fian supported Yi Xian as they walked out, everyone bowed in unison. Yi Xian also smiled. However, when Yi Xian came to the Tower Master of 100 Buildings, suddenly he saw the Tower Master of 100 Buildings kneeling in front of Yi Xian. Greetings to Master Yi. Today I, 100 Buildings, swear on my divinity that I will follow Master Yi for life. I will never regret it. *CK. It's this guy again, swearing on his divinity, and this time he wants to follow me. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, the system's notification made Yi Xian ecstatic. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 faith point. The faith function has been activated. The rebuilding of the faith system has been activated. He actually gained 1 faith point. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Although 1 faith point was useless, it was a good start after all. Quick, get up, Tower Master of 100 Buildings is too polite. Yi Xian was so happy that he didn't care about the pain in his body. He quickly walked up and helped 100 Buildings up. Master Yi, you're finally awake. The corpses of the demonized fishmen that we killed are piling up like a mountain. If you didn't wake up, we wouldn't know what to do with them. Now, we've sent people to guard and wait for you to deal with them. At this time, another person walked over. Good news, one after another. The corpses of the demonized fishmen were piling up like a mountain. Didn't that mean that this time, Yi Xian could happily level up again? Okay, I'll go over now. Yi Xian walked over with a bright smile on his face. Looking at the mountain of corpses of the demonized fishmen, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Devouring hand. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were all devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through current upper 9th grade True God realm. Ding! System notification. The host's experience lock of 3 levels detected. It is estimated to be unlocked in 1 month's time. Awesome. This is awesome. Yi Xian was overjoyed. On the surface, he directly advanced to the peak of the Heavenly God realm, but there were still 3 levels of experience locked in. In other words, even if Yi Xian didn't do anything, he'd still be able to advance to the lower third grade of the spirit god realm in a month. How could he not be awesome? Yi Xian's powerful recovery ability wasn't just for show. In just a few short hours, Yi Xian had completely recovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already walked towards the bridgehead. Because of Yi Xian, the base camp was still in its original location. However, most of the ordinary disciples were guarding the bridgehead. Grandmaster Yi, you're here? Moonless walked up to Yi Xian respectfully. It was obvious that Pavilion Master Ling Xian's attitude towards Yi Xian had changed. Although he was still unwilling to submit completely, at least he didn't reject him like before. Yi Xian, you came at the right time. We were discussing how to attack this island. We've tried to attack this damned demonized fishmen island several times, but we failed every time. There's no demon-slaying restriction on it, so those demonized fishmen can be resurrected indefinitely. It's very troublesome. Seeing Yi Xian, everyone didn't hide the reason they were gathered here. Yi Xian nodded, but his brows were tightly knitted. He wasn't willing to use his level to exchange for another demon-slaying restriction. Yi Xian remembered Yi Xian's miserable appearance clearly. Again? Yi Xian wasn't willing to do it no matter what. However, without the demon-slaying restriction, it was indeed a little troublesome. It was almost impossible for him to rush over. Of course, the demonized fishmen couldn't rush over. However, they couldn't just stay in this stalemate forever. They had to find a way to destroy those demonized fishmen. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. What should he do to break through that place? System, do you have any suggestions? It was good that the system was more humane. Ding. System notification. There are currently 2 reasonable choices for the host to consider. 2. This made Yi Xian quite surprised. Ding. First choice, the host has enough resources to exchange for a permanent right to use the demon-slaying restriction. The host can choose to bring people over and then set up the demon-slaying restriction, advancing step by step. Ding. Second choice, the host can exchange for a special treasure, the demon-slaying talisman. This treasure has the same effect as the demon-slaying restriction, but it can be carried around and can effectively seal a single target. Demon-slaying talisman. However, his resources were actually enough to exchange for the demon-slaying restriction. It seemed that his harvest this time was quite good. Both choices required Yi Xian to exchange for them. However, which one was he going to choose? It could be said that Yi Xian could only choose one out of the 2 choices. The advantages and disadvantages of these 2 choices were very obvious. If he exchanged for a permanent demon-slaying restriction, Yi Xian could advance step by step. However, one could imagine that the demon-slaying restriction wasn't cheap. The demon-slaying talisman was much cheaper. Moreover, it could be used repeatedly. As long as Yi Xian devoured those demonized fishmen corpses, the demon-slaying talisman could be used again. It could be considered an effective use, and it would save a lot of money. Of course, correspondingly, there was a lot of risk. After all, if he couldn't use the demon-sealing talisman to seal the corpses of the demonized fishmen in time, then the demonic qi would quickly revive them. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian still decided to use the demon-slaying talisman. To be honest, Yi Xian's consumption of resources was very frightening. Previously, Yi Xian had suffered from a lack of resources. Coupled with the mirror image mystique, Yi Xian couldn't use it until now. Wasn't it also because of a lack of resources? Therefore, it was better to save as many resources as possible. System, then, let's choose the second option. How many demon-slaying talismans can I exchange for? Ding. System notification. The host can exchange for 500 demon-slaying talismans. 500? There was no need for so many. 100 would be enough for now. As long as Yi Xian dealt with the demonized fishmen corpses in time, 100 would definitely be enough. System, can I ask how many resources I need to exchange for a permanent demon-slaying restriction? Ding. System notification. If the host wants to exchange for a permanent demon-slaying restriction, then the host will need to use up 3 levels locked on by the host and all of the host's resources. As expected, he knew that a permanent demon-slaying restriction wouldn't be so cheap. Alright, system, I want to exchange for 100 demon-slaying talismans. It should be enough for now. Ding! Exchange successful. Of course, even if Yi Xian exchanged for it, he couldn't take it out immediately. If he took it out now, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Chapter 2202. Everyone, take a break for the next few days. I'll refine some Dharma treasures for you. Yi Xian said to everyone. Everyone smiled at Yi Xian. All right, then we'll have to trouble you, Grandmaster Yi. Actually, exchanging for a Devil Slayer talisman from the system was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Moreover, the Devil Slayer talisman was already in Yi Xian's hands. However, to avoid suspicion, Yi Xian could only wait a few days before taking it out. Yi Xian spent the next few days alone in his room. Naturally, no one disturbed him because everyone knew that Yi Xian was using some secret item to restrain the demonic aura. However, everyone was still a bit curious. They didn't know what Yi Xian would do. After about 3 days, Yi Xian finally walked out again. Yi Xian said to everyone with an embarrassed expression, Everyone, I don't have enough resources on hand, so I can only give you 100 Devil Slayer talismans. The Devil Slayer talisman is very simple to use. After you kill the demonized murlocs, immediately activate the Devil Slayer talisman. It will automatically form a small restriction around the murlocs' corpses. Then, I'll deal with the corpses immediately. After that, you can continue using the Devil Slayer talisman. Yi Xian's words were simple and clear. Everyone nodded in understanding. After selecting 100 elite disciples, a new wave of attacks began again. Yi Xian keenly sensed that his master was looking at him with a different meaning. He knew that he had swallowed his master's interspatial ring. If his master asked him for it now, he wouldn't be able to take it out. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to look at his master as he left with the group. What should I do? Master will ask me for the interspatial ring sooner or later. After all, that's all the treasures of the 5th palace. It seems that I have to think of a way to get some resources. Although I can't find the same thing as before, at least I have something to answer to. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. However, Yi Xian really could not find any good treasures or resources on this demonized Fishman Island. It was impossible for the demonized murlocs to have an interspatial ring. Naturally, they would not have any resources. The demonized humans did have interspatial rings, but they would be taken away by others. As for the interspatial rings of the dead, Yi Xian was too embarrassed to pick them up. For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't think of a good idea. Helpless, he could only leave it be for the time being. With the help of the Evil Slayer talisman, the group quickly seized the bridgehead. After Yi Xian set up an invincible restriction here, it became their temporary camp. Once they entered the demonized Fishman Island, the rest would be much simpler. They only needed to follow the rhythm and clear out the demonized Fishman Island step by step. The battle appeared to be exceptionally smooth. It even made people think that as long as everyone was given enough time, they would be able to eliminate the hidden danger of the demonized Fishman Island. Unfortunately, was it really that simple? Because they wanted to frame Yi Xian and cause Yi Xian to go on a rampage, they lost the beachhead that the demonized fishmen were guarding. This undoubtedly made some people feel uneasy. Now that the crowd had arrived, those people started a new scheme. Perhaps some people thought that as long as the bridge was broken, wouldn't that be the simplest solution? Unfortunately, they could think that way. However, since no one mentioned it, could it not prove that the bridge was not ordinary? Besides, their goal was to eliminate all the demonized fishmen and find the ancient sword intent. In that case, why would they want to destroy the bridge? If this continues, I'm afraid the demonized Fishman Island will really be destroyed by these people. That can't be allowed. Master's orders are to use the demonized Fishman Island to cause chaos in the 100 territories. Therefore, the demonized Fishman Island must leave. It was that guy in the Heaven God realm. His cultivation was clearly the lowest, but no one dared to refute him when he spoke. Since that's the case, let's think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. Isn't that enough? The elder from the 3rd hall said respectfully. Nonsense, I want you to think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. There are special restrictions set up around the demonized Fishman Island. The only way to release the demonized fishmen is through this bridge. However, the Allied forces are guarding the bridge, and that damnable Yixian has set up a powerful restriction here. This makes it impossible for the demonized fishmen to escape. What should we do? Do you think it's possible to succeed if we can directly enrage the ancient sword intent? Directly enrage the ancient sword intent. As soon as this suggestion was made, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke, because they all found the possibility of this idea. Continue. That guy in the heaven god realm looked at the person who spoke and said, "Yes, everyone knows that the ancient sword intent has a physical body after fusing with the divine beast. Moreover, it already has a certain level of intelligence and its combat strength is incomparably powerful. It can be said that if the ancient sword intent directly attacks, I'm afraid no one here can stop it. Then we just need to draw out the ancient sword intent." These people looked at each other and felt that this idea might work. Once they had a plan, they quickly came up with a plan to enrage the ancient sword intent. On this day, Yixian followed behind everyone and continued to advance as usual. His goal was very clear, and that was to kill as many demonized fishmen as possible. Yixian remembered that the first time he came here, the number of demonized fishmen on the island was very limited. The second time he came here, they already occupied the majority. However, this time, Yixian discovered that there were only demonized fishmen on the entire island. The number was extremely large. Moreover, these demonized fishermen's strength increased so quickly that it could be said that they did not even need to cultivate. Someone had done an experiment and captured a demonized fishman alive. At first, they just wanted to see what was so special about these demonized fishmen. However, they found out that these demonized fishmen could automatically increase their cultivation level. When they first caught it, it was only a lower level 3 true god. However, after a few days of imprisonment, it had already increased to a lower level 4 true god. It could be said that this was even more satisfying than Yi Xian's leveling up. Yi Xian needed to devour before he could level up. In the end, the demonized fishmen did not even need to devour and leveled up just like that. The root of all this was still unknown until now. However, if this method could be used on the human race, it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, these few days, even when they were fighting, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Chapter 2203. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed a possibility. Perhaps the reason why these demonized fishmen could level up so quickly was because of the demonic aura. Of course, Yi Xian was only guessing. The team advanced quickly. As they killed a large number of demonized fishmen, the demonized fishmen learned their lesson and no longer surrounded the campsite. Moreover, it was rare to find demonized fishmen within a certain distance from the campsite. However, it would be too much to think that it would be safe just because of this. Once someone went out alone, or even in a small team, they would immediately be surrounded by demonized fishmen. Only a large team like this could intimidate the demonized fishmen. Originally, this day's operation was not much different from usual. Find the demonized fishmen's gathering place, annihilate them, and continue to search. It seemed that this day would pass like this. However, when the team arrived in front of a huge mountain, a terrifying aura shocked everyone. Lingbo Lake was very vast. Although this demonized fishman island was a small island, it was not small at all. Among them, there was a towering mountain on the island. It could be said that one could see it clearly from any direction. In the previous search, they did not find anything special about this mountain. However, today the mountain moved. Yes, the mountain moved. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire island. Defend! Someone shouted loudly. Soon, the team formed a circle and looked ahead nervously. What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted. Yi Xian, who was in the center of the circle, also looked over. Ding! System notification. Ancient sword intent detected. Host, please be careful. What? That was actually the ancient sword intent. What the hell? Yi Xian was shocked because in front of him was a moving mountain. This was actually the ancient sword intent. Rumble! Rumble! The mountain was constantly moving. As he moved, huge rocks fell from above him. waves after waves of formidable fluctuations caused everyone to tremble with fear. Suddenly, a loud and clear roar sounded. In an instant, all the rocks and soil on the mountain were sent flying. It was as if a wave came from the sky. In an instant, rocks fell like rain. Of course, this kind of damage was not enough to threaten the crowd. That said, the crowd was finally able to clearly see what was moving within the mountain. A powerful divine beast that was several hundred meters tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Above his body, there was a giant sword that was at least 1,000 meters tall, towering into the clouds. What a terrifying size! In front of him, a team of several hundred people was simply like a group of ants. Not to mention anything else, just his size alone was enough to shock everyone. So big, so tall. At this moment, this was the only thought left in everyone's mind. Another deafening roar was heard, and a sound wave crushed toward the crowd. In an instant, many people, including Yi Xian, lost their footing. Retreat, quickly retreat. Pavilion Master Ling Xian was the first to step forward and shout loudly. The strength of this monster was simply too strong. None of them had the confidence to face it. Yi Xian asked the system. System, detect the strength of this monster. Ding! System notification. Target, lower rank 5 True God Realm. What True God Realm? Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. One had to know that above the Sky God Realm was the spiritual God. Above the spiritual God was the profound God. Above the profound God was the true God. In the 100 realms of Mo, there was currently only one true God realm superexistence, and that was the sect master of Mo Shang Pavilion. As for the others, even people like Pavilion Master Ling Xian were only at the profound God realm. As for Bai Lu and the others, they were only at the upper rank spiritual God realm. There was no way to resist at all. How could they defeat it? Retreat. They retreated in panic. At this moment, everyone understood that staying here was simply waiting for death. Yi Xian was no exception. They could not resist such a strong guy at all. Yi Xian still remembered that the system had said that this ancient sword intent was the material he needed to upgrade the god-slaying sword. However, this material seemed to be a little too strong. Boom! A huge rock smashed into the crowd, and 3 people were directly crushed to death on the spot. Among them, there was even a mid-rank spiritual god realm expert. However, it was of no use at all. In front of the ancient sword intent of the true god realm, even a spiritual god was just an ant. Run, they could only run. No one dared to resist because no one could resist. Stop, everyone, wait a moment. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted loudly to the crowd. Yi Xian had already obtained everyone's recognition with his strength and ability. When they heard Yi Xian's voice, everyone stopped in their tracks. Master Yi, what's wrong? Look, that guy seems to be unable to move too far. Yes, because of the existence of the system, even if Yi Xian was escaping, he could still observe the ancient sword intense actions at any time. At this moment, he realized that the ancient sword intent should be trapped there. It could not leave the center of the island at all. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, although the ancient sword intent was extremely angry and roared from time to time, it could not move forward at all. It's really like that. That big guy seems to be trapped. Everyone discussed animatedly. Of course, no one dared to move forward. Look, it's demonic energy. All the demonic energy is actually being emitted from that guy. So the ancient sword intent is the source of the demonic energy. Someone acutely noticed that black demonic energy was ceaselessly being emitted from the long sword on the ancient sword intent's back. Thus, they knew that the source of all the demonic energy was the ancient sword intent. Or perhaps, all the murlocs on the island were its slaves. Look quickly. Those demonized murlocs seemed to be using some sort of method to destroy the ancient sword intent seal. Yi Xian noticed as well that countless demonized murlocs were surrounding the ancient sword intent. They were ceaselessly working hard to destroy the seal around the ancient sword intent bit by bit. Of course, they couldn't destroy it in a short period of time. No, we can't let them succeed. We can't let them destroy the seal. Once that big guy comes out, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Since the danger had been eliminated, everyone stopped. All the powerhouses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Unfortunately, no one, including Yi Xian, could come up with a good suggestion. Yi Xian had no choice but to ask the system. System, what do you think of the current situation? Do you have a way to solve it? Ding! System notification. Host, please note that the system can only give simple suggestions. For things like strategy and tactical arrangements, the system is powerless. Even the system can't do anything. Ever since the system became more and more user-friendly, Yi Xian had gotten used to asking the system for solutions. Chapter 2204. After all, the system was still a system. Even if it was more human-like, how could it replace Yi Xian in coming up with a solution? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Demonic aura. Yes, the ancient sword was using the demonic aura to control the numerous demonic murlocs. In that case, could it be said that as long as the demonic aura was broken, the ancient sword would be depleted? At the very least, it would be able to suppress the demonic murlocs. The demonic aura could not only allow the demonic murlocs to be revived indefinitely, but it could also continuously strengthen them. Therefore, the demonic aura had to be removed. At the very least, it had to be depleted. What should they do? Be it Tower Master Ling Xian or the others, they all fell into deep thought. Yi Xian was no exception. However, how could they come up with a good idea in such a short time? The ancient sword was a super-existence in the true God realm. It was a super-existence that could easily suppress all of them. What should they do? Yi Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand as he pondered. It would be great if we had a treasure that could absorb the demonic aura. We could absorb the demonic aura and then refine it. Wouldn't that weaken the power of the ancient sword will? Someone grumbled softly. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. When Yi Xian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. If Yi Xian could reactivate Wei Zhentian's treasure form, would he have a chance to obtain a treasure that could absorb the demonic aura? At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately asked the system, System, I want to activate Wei Zhentian's treasure form. System, I want to activate Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Is there any way? System notification. The host can activate Wei Zhentian's treasure form by triggering a hidden mission or forcibly unlocking it. Forcibly unlocking it? How is it forcibly unlocking it? Yi Xian asked the system. He knew that since the system mentioned forcibly unlocking it, it would not be that simple. However, when the system listed 49 special treasures in one go, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. 49 special treasures. Where was Yi Xian supposed to get it? For example, the Flower Spirit Sword Attendant only required 4 materials. As for the first 3, Yi Xian quickly collected them. However, Yi Xian still didn't have the slightest news of the last one. Not to mention, there were now 49 special treasures in one go. It was a treasure, not a material. In other words, these 49 treasures still required Yi Xian to refine them. Terrifying, this was simply too terrifying. What to do? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Ever since Yi Xian had sunk into deep thought, he had been noticed by others. At this time, many people were also paying attention to Yi Xian. Master Moonless asked carefully, Grandmaster Yi, have you thought of a way? Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and answered instinctively, I have a way to absorb the demon qi. However, it requires 49 treasures to fuse together. He just said it subconsciously and didn't mean anything else. However, after hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone looked at each other and said in unison to Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi, what treasures do you need? Just tell us. Maybe we can get it. That's right, with so much strength here, who knows, he might really be able to obtain those 49 treasures for Yi Xian. Since it was all for the sake of suppressing that damned ancient sword intent, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and listed out the 49 treasures in an instant. Although there were many special treasures that Yi Xian needed, they weren't that powerful. Needless to say, everyone gathered 39 of the treasures very quickly and obtained the materials for the remaining 10. Everyone, give me some time. I'll start refining the treasures now. Yi Xian said to the crowd. Naturally, no one objected. With the materials in hand, there were naturally no problems with the refinement. With the system, Yi Xian's refinement success rate was 100%. Moreover, the refinement speed was extremely fast. When all 49 special treasures were prepared, Yi Xian finally said to the system, "System, activated. System, activated. I want to reactivate Wei Zhentian's treasure form." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Wei Zhentian's treasure form has been successfully unlocked. Ding! System notification. Wei Zhentian's treasure form has been automatically upgraded. 3 treasure forms will be randomly refreshed every day. If the host wants to fix a treasure form, 3 devour points will be required. Wei Zhentian's treasure form was finally unlocked again. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Now, it was time to check the treasure forms that Wei Zhentian would randomly refresh. Right now, Yi Xian had exactly 3 devour points. In other words, he could fix the shape of Wei Zhentian's magic treasure once. Unfortunately, Wei Zhentian's treasure forms were randomly refreshed every day. As for what would appear, Yi Xian couldn't control it at all. Even though Yi Xian was desperately hoping for a treasure that could absorb demonic energy, he couldn't just get it as and when he wanted it. He stayed for a full 40 days. Moreover, no one cared about the 40 days and no one would rush Yi Xian. In everyone's hearts, Yi Xian had long become an omnipotent super-existence. Now, when Yi Xian said that he wanted to refine a special treasure, it only slightly surprised them. No one doubted him at all. After 40 days, a total of 120 attempts, Yi Xian still hadn't found the treasure form that he wanted. However, Yi Xian still didn't give up. On the 41st day, Yi Xian finally started a new attempt with a slightly nervous heart. "Wei Zhentian, come on. Let me see what treasure form you've refreshed today." In an instant, Wei Zhentian was separated from the god-slaying sword. Then, it started to change rapidly. 9-star godly sword. Borrowing the power of the stars, its attack power is incomparably strong. Unfortunately, it wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Burrowing shuttle. A special flying treasure that can travel quickly underground. It was still useless. Was he going to fail again today? There was only one last chance left. Yi Xian was really nervous. The Buddha's Saraira. Its only function is to suppress evil spirits. Gulp. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect to come up with a Buddha's Saraira. Moreover, its only function was to suppress evil spirits. He quickly checked and was overjoyed by the results. Because this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Without hesitation, he used 3 devouring points to stabilize Wei Zhentian's Buddha's Saraira form. Ha! My many attempts weren't in vain. I finally succeeded. Yi Xian took Wei Zhentian's Buddha's Saraira form and walked out. Master Yi is out. Everyone greeted him. In the past few days, they had been waiting for Yi Xian's results while killing the demonized murlocs. However, because Yi Xian wasn't around, many demonized murlocs were revived by the ancient sword will. And now Yi Xian was finally out. How was it? Did you succeed? Chapter 2205. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple has succeeded. Yi Xian took out the Buddha God's relic. The pure white radiance shone on everyone, making them feel rather tranquil. What's the use of this thing? Someone asked Yi Xian softly. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he threw the thing out. Wei Zhentian activated automatically. Waves of faint white light scattered in all directions. Once the white light saw the demonic aura, it would automatically surround and suppress it. It was as if it had the innate ability to restrain the demonic aura. The demonic aura was constantly being refined, while the white light continued to expand. As the white light continued to expand, the demonic aura was finally afraid. It actually retreated toward the ancient sword intent. Grandmaster Yi, what kind of Dharma treasure is this? How can it be so powerful? It's too powerful. I've never seen such a Dharma treasure before. Someone said loudly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian only smiled slightly but did not answer. In reality, according to Yi Xian's thoughts, this mere Buddha relic had such a single function. It could be said that in Yi Xian's heart, it was simply a waste of his 3 devour points. If it were not for the special circumstances, Yi Xian would not have said that he would use the 3 devouring points to fix the Buddha God's relic's form. Wei Zhentian, continue to attack. Although Yi Xian did not know if this was considered an attack, it was enough as long as Wei Zhentian understood his intentions. At this moment, the white light emitted by Wei Zhentian was constantly expanding on the demonized Murloc Island. Meanwhile, the demonic aura of the ancient sword intent was constantly being compressed. It was obvious that the ancient sword intent was very afraid of Wei Zhentian's Buddha God's relic form, even though the Buddha God's relic form did not pose a direct threat to the ancient sword intent. Time passed. Everyone was watching the battle between the black and white lights. On the contrary, the battle between the people on the ground and the demonized Murloc did not occur. At this moment, everyone was extremely impressed by Yi Xian. They really wanted to know what Yi Xian could not do. A restriction master. A monstrous genius. Now, he had displayed his greatest achievement in refining weapons. One must know that becoming a Grandmaster Blacksmith was even rarer than becoming a Grandmaster Restriction. Yi Xian was able to refine such a powerful item in just 41 days. It was an item that could suppress the ancient sword will of a true god superexistence. How could the crowd not be convinced? Of course, in reality, Yi Xian wasn't actually refining anything. He was merely reactivating Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. No one knew how much time had passed, because no one paid attention to time. At this time, in the sky and on the ground, there was a clear dividing line that divided the island into two sides. Although Wei Zhentian's Buddha relic form was able to suppress the demonic aura, it was impossible for him to control the demonic aura. However, the foundation of the ancient sword will was by no means ordinary. Demonic chi was continuously added in, and for a moment, it was actually a tie. At this time, everyone gathered together again. How do you think we should deal with the current situation? Yi Xian's master was the first to speak. The current situation couldn't be more obvious. Yi Xian's magic treasure and the ancient sword will's demonic chi were evenly matched. Moreover, the ancient sword will's demonic chi was largely consumed by Yi Xian. Naturally, it wouldn't take much care of the demonized Murloc. Therefore, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. My suggestion is that we organize a group of elite disciples to specifically charge in and kill those damned demonized Murloc. Although we can't do anything to the ancient sword will, as long as we eliminate all these demonized Murloc, the ancient sword will won't be able to find subordinates to undo the seal for him. In this way, the initiative will be in our hands. What do you think? The pavilion master of Ling Xian Pavilion stood up and said to the crowd. Everyone nodded. Indeed, this might be a very good idea. I agree. I agree as well. Right, we can do that. Even though the ancient sword will is extremely formidable, it's restrained by the seal, and it's utterly unable to make any unnecessary movements. So long as we annihilate those demonized Murloc, then no matter if we think of a way to slowly exhaust the ancient sword will to death or strengthen the seal and seal it once more, it's all up to us. Right, no matter what, we must not allow that fellow to emerge into the world and continue harming the god world. All of them spoke successively, and they quickly came to a consensus. After that, an entire 10 small groups of elites were formed. Every single group was led by an expert at the intermediate 5th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm at least. Moreover, the strengths of the members were at least at the high-rank heavenly god realm. It could be said that these 10 groups could be considered to be the strongest groups that could be formed. On the other hand, Yi Xian had joined one of these groups as well. In Yi Xian's opinion, killing the demonized Murloc and obtaining the corpses of the demonized Murloc was a great opportunity for him to improve his strength. So, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, because Yi Xian was in this group became the strongest. The Pavilion Master of Towering Pavilion, Bai Lu, and Lu Luo of Mo Shang's training camp were all in this group. It was even to the extent that Yi Xian's master was about to join as well. According to the thoughts of all of them, Yi Xian absolutely couldn't be allowed to suffer any mishaps. At the very least, Yi Xian's role in this group was even more formidable than all of them combined. This wasn't an issue of strength or cultivation. Instead, it was because only Yi Xian was capable of setting up formidable restrictions, and only Yi Xian was capable of controlling magic treasures to ceaselessly wear down the ancient sword will's devilish chi. Let's go. The target that Yi Xian's group had chosen was a gathering place of demonized murloc. Compared to other places, the demonized murloc here were much more formidable. There were almost 1,000 of them, and over 100 of them were at the heavenly god realm or above. There were quite a few at the domain enlightened spirit god realm as well. This could be considered to be the strongest gathering place of demonized murloc in the outer perimeter. Of course, eliminating this place was of the utmost importance to them. All of them moved forward cautiously, because they knew that the slightest commotion they made now might draw the attention of the demonized murloc. Once they escaped or were besieged by the demonized murloc, then it would cause Yi Xian's group to fall into a difficult situation. Fortunately, the situation didn't develop in a bad direction. Master Yi, should we attack? Finally, all of them arrived at the gathering place of demonized murloc, and Bai Lu lowered his voice and asked Yi Xian this question. Yi Xian glanced at the dense expanse of demonized murloc before him and directly waved his hand. Kill! Chapter 2206. Of course, this was to make it easier for Yi Xian to devour them. In other words, it was to deal with the corpses of these demonized fishmen. Yi Xian held the Godslayer in his hand as he directly charged into the gathering point of the demonized fishmen. His sword flickered, and there wasn't a single demonized fishman that could withstand a single strike from Yi Xian's sword. Coupled with the others, they instantly killed the demonized fishmen to the point they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. The ancient sword intent naturally understood the intentions of Yi Xian and the others, and it ceaselessly attempted to use devil energy to revive those demonized fishmen. However, Wei Zhentian was always able to stop it in time. On the other hand, Yi Xian didn't hold back at all, and he casually devoured the demonized fishmen regardless of whether they were killed or not. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low rank of the 4th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian had successfully unlocked the seal on his cultivation a long time ago, so his cultivation had directly advanced to the low rank of the 4th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm at this moment. It was still fine at the beginning because Yi Xian and the others weren't particularly noticed by the ancient sword intent. So, they were only fighting this group of demonized fishmen. But for some unknown reason, the ancient sword intent's entire attention had suddenly converged onto Yi Xian and the others. So, demonized fishmen and even demonized humans were ceaselessly charging over from all directions. It simply seemed as if it intended to annihilate Yi Xian and the others. Since the ancient sword intent noticed Yi Xian and the others, Yi Xian and the others clearly felt pressured. Damn it! Why is another group here? We're simply unable to kill them all. Since these demonized fishmen want to give their lives away, then we'll fulfill their wishes. All of them utilize their own divine abilities to ceaselessly annihilate the demonized fishmen. If it really developed according to the current situation, then perhaps they would really be able to annihilate all the demonized fishmen in no time. However, when a pair of powerful reinforcements arrived, Yi Xian and the others realized that they had been surrounded. In the blink of an eye, a large number of demonized murlocs appeared around Yi Xian and the others. However, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that this time, it wasn't a small team of true gods or celestial gods, but a team of true experts. The domain spirit god realm. They were actually all domain enlightened spirit god realm experts, and there were over 100 domain enlightened spirit god realm demonized mermen. So, how would Yi Xian's group fight such a force? There was no way they could beat him at all. It was no different from delivering food to their doorstep. What should we do, Grandmaster Yi? Should we continue killing? Bai Lu came to Yi Xian's side and asked softly. Yi Xian immediately turned around as he gazed at those over 100 domain enlightened spirit gods. Fight my ass. Run, quick, get out of here. Wasn't that so? If he stayed behind despite knowing that he couldn't win, he would be courting death. Yi Xian and the others fled swiftly, and they fled incessantly towards their own group. On the other hand, those demonized mermen chased closely behind Yi Xian and the others as if they'd gone mad. Moreover, Yi Xian was clearly able to sense that the target of these demonized mermen was surprisingly him. Damn it! What's going on? Yi Xian couldn't figure out why these demonized mermen would take him to be their greatest enemy. All of them were simply fearlessly launching wave after wave of attacks at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the protection of Bai Lu and the others, Yi Xian would have definitely been trapped. Flee, he could only flee for his life. Because those demonized mermen had simply gone mad, and they were even willing to give up their lives for the sake of attacking Yi Xian once. One of the demonized mermen had its speed forcefully increased by some sort of divine ability, and then it burned its life force to charge at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the prompt reminder from the system, Yi Xian wouldn't even be able to dodge in time. And just as Yi Xian dodged his previous position, that demonized merman actually self-destructed. Using self-destruction to attack Yi Xian, how was Yi Xian supposed to fight back? Luckily, even though these demonized mermen were extremely crazy, Yi Xian still managed to return to the camp safely. Wei Zhentian's Buddha God's relic had an extremely high suppressive effect on those demonized mermen. These demonized mermen were able to rapidly increase their levels precisely because of the demonic aura. But if they lost the demonic aura, their levels would drop extremely quickly. Hence, as long as Yi Xian retreated into Wei Zhentian's defensive range, those mermen wouldn't be able to do anything to him no matter how crazy they were. It was as if the black and white dividing lines had formed two distinct camps. The demonized fishmen relied on their absolute numbers to surround the small teams that were sent out once they entered the area. If they tried to fight head-on, they would only be surrounded to death. Moreover, no matter how many demonized mermen there were, they wouldn't dare rashly charge into Wei Zhentian's defensive range. Because once they entered, their levels would be directly suppressed. It wouldn't be long before a demonized merman at the domain enlightened spirit god realm would be suppressed to the deity realm. So, the demonized merman didn't dare take a single step forward. What should I do? Could it be that I'm just going to waste time like this? Yi Xian didn't have that patience. I don't believe it. Wei Zhentian, move forward with me. Yi Xian was suppressing a strand of anger in his heart when he was driven back by the demonized merman. After he reorganized himself slightly, he directly ordered Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he directly moved forward and set up all sorts of restrictions along the way. Perhaps only Yi Xian was capable of opening a path with restrictions. It should be noted that an ordinary restriction master, such as Master Moonless, would need at least half a day to set up a lightning strike restriction. However, Yi Xian only needed to give an order to the system, and it wouldn't be long before he finished setting it up. This was the gap between them, and this was Yi Xian's ability. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was a grandmaster of restrictions. However, they hadn't expected that Yi Xian's attainments in restrictions would actually be so high. All of them glanced at each other when they saw Yi Xian actually use restrictions to open a path with a cold expression on his face, and they even wondered if they were seeing things. Even if Yi Xian had only set up some simple restrictions, they were still restrictions in the end, and a restriction would appear with a casual wave of his hand. Had anyone ever seen such a ferocious method of attack? On the other hand, Yi Xian's actions caused the demonized mermen to suffer great misfortune. Yes, the restrictions that Yi Xian set up could only harm demonized mermen at the heavenly god realm and below. Even though it had very little effect on those at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above, how could there be too many demonized mermen at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above? If too few were dispatched, then they would only be killed by everyone. If too many were dispatched, it didn't seem to be that many at all. For a time, the demonized mermen were beaten to the point of retreating repeatedly. Groups of demonized mermen were killed, and their corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. The entire island was swiftly being cleaned up. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low rank of the 7th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian had finally cleaned up all the demonized mermen on the island. It could be said that besides the portion of demonized mermen beneath his feet that were protected by the ancient sword intent, the rest of the demonized mermen had been completely annihilated. As for the few remaining demonized mermen, there was no need to fear them anymore. Chapter 2207. After getting rid of the surrounding demonized murlocs, the only thing left in front of Yi Xian and the rest was the final ancient sword intent. It could be said that the ancient sword intent was a super-existence. It would not be that easy to get rid of it. According to Yi Xian's thoughts, they definitely had to kill it. However, not to mention killing it, it would be extremely difficult to even walk up to it. Therefore, Yi Xian and the rest gathered together again to discuss countermeasures. In my opinion, our current strength is not enough to destroy the ancient sword intent. Why don't we think of a way to strengthen the seal? It'll be fine as long as that guy doesn't come out and cause trouble. One person stepped forward to voice his opinion. However, his words were quickly met with a rebuttal. I don't think that's right. As long as the ancient sword intent exists, it will be a huge disaster and will always be a threat to me, Mo Baijing. This time, he can use demonic energy to control the demonized murlocs. Next time, who knows what he can do with demonic energy? Then, strengthen the seal on him. If we attack by force, I'm afraid we won't have any chance of winning. Even if all of us attack together, we don't have the slightest chance of taking down the ancient sword intent. After all, he's a true god. Everyone spoke one after another. Should they think of a way to destroy the ancient sword intent or find a way to strengthen the seal and leave it be for the time being? It could be said that both plans had their own sufficient reasons, but as for which one to choose, no one could make up their minds for the time being. Because of this, everyone was arguing. However, arguing was not a solution. All right, everyone be quiet. Why don't we see what Master Yi decides? Ling Xian Pavilion's pavilion master was the first to step forward and voice his opinion. He was prepared to hand the decision to Yi Xian. Yes, let's see what Master Yi decides. Without Master Yi, we might not even have been able to take down the bridgehead in this siege on the demonized Murlocs Island. I think Master Yi will definitely have a way. Bai Lu also stepped forward. His meaning was very clear. Yes, let Master Yi decide. We'll do what Master Yi says. Yi Xian, come up with an idea. A moment later, all eyes were on Yi Xian. Yi Xian definitely contributed the most to this encirclement. Furthermore, it could be said that Yi Xian was the key to the success of this battle. Therefore, everyone placed their hopes on Yi Xian at this moment. Furthermore, they were willing to believe in Yi Xian. They would choose to believe in Yi Xian's decisions. Yi Xian thought for a while, then stood up and said, I feel that we can't let go of this opportunity. Everyone might think that the ancient sword intent is a true God realm super expert, and we can't do anything about it. I have to admit that this is the truth. However, think about it. We paid such a huge price this time to achieve today's results. If we give up now, are you willing to accept it? Sure enough, everyone shook their heads. That was right. Every force had paid a huge price for this encirclement. It was not easy to reach the current situation. If they really gave up now, who would be willing to accept it? That's right. If we give up now, I won't accept it. However, Master Yi, the ancient sword intent is a true god. How can we possibly defeat it? Whether we can defeat it or not is one thing, but whether we fight it or not is another. The ancient sword intent is indeed powerful. However, don't forget that it is restricted by the seal. In addition to the suppression of my Dharma treasure, its strength has been reduced to the lowest level. If we miss this opportunity, once it has time to recover its strength, it will be even more difficult to deal with it next time. Therefore, my opinion is that we must fight, and we must do our best. This battle will decide the outcome. Yi Xian concluded. After everyone heard Yi Xian's words, they felt that what Yi Xian said made sense. If they did not fight now, they would give the ancient sword intent time to recover. Perhaps no one would be able to do anything to it. Of course, there were also people who did not speak, such as the elder from the third hall and the others. With Yi Xian's current prestige, these people understood that it was useless to openly challenge him. If they wanted to go against Yi Xian, they could only do so in secret. With the final decision, everyone quickly moved again. There were continuous reinforcements. In an instant, close to 10,000 people had gathered around the demonized Fishman Island. Yi Xian was not idle during this period. On one hand, he was using Megatron to suppress the ancient sword intense demonic aura. On the other hand, he was constantly thinking of countermeasures. Demonic aura. Yes, the fundamental reason why the ancient sword intent was so powerful was because of the existence of the demonic aura. The ancient sword intent itself was a sword intent left behind by an expert from ancient times. It had coincidentally merged with a powerful divine beast, resulting in its current form. But no matter what, its original strength was limited. It was only the demonic aura that strengthened it. According to Yi Xian's guess, the demonic aura might have been deliberately left behind by someone to the ancient sword intent. Now, the powerful ancient sword intent that Yi Xian and the others saw was the combination of the ancient sword intent, the divine beast, and the demonic aura. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to defeat them one by one. Then, how could he achieve this plan? Yi Xian racked his brains. Until one day, when Yi Xian saw Megatron transform the demonic aura, he had an idea. The demonic aura was the fundamental reason why the ancient sword intent could be so powerful. Since Megatron could transform the demonic aura, could Yi Xian do the same? Could he even exchange for more items that could transform the demonic aura through the system? System, I want to exchange for a special treasure or skill that can transform the demonic aura. Ding. System notification. The current host does not meet the requirements and cannot exchange. Did not meet the requirements? System, if I want to exchange, what conditions do I need to meet? Ding. System notification. If the host wants to exchange for a specific skill, the sect system needs to be reactivated. Ding. System notification. If the host wants to exchange for a specific treasure, the host needs to increase his realm. Increase his realm or reactivate the sect system. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that Yi Xian needed to leave this place temporarily. Fortunately, the demonized murlocs around the ancient sword intent had been cleared away. Moreover, the ancient sword intent was sealed and could not cause any big waves. Therefore, Yi Xian's temporary departure would not have any effect. Moreover, during this period of time, the demonic aura emitted by the ancient sword intent had faded a lot. Even if Yi Xian took Megatron away, it would not have much effect. Of course, the final battle was not something that could be fought on a whim. Preparation was necessary. Therefore, when Yi Xian told everyone that he needed to leave temporarily to find a way to completely destroy the ancient sword intent, no one objected. Instead, they gave Yi Xian a lot of resources to reassure Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian returned, they promised that even if they could not achieve results, they would not let the situation worsen. Chapter 2208. After Yi Xian set up multiple restrictions, he directly left. This time, Yi Xian's goal was clear. There were 3 secret realms that Yi Xian wanted to visit this time. The first secret realm was the Valley of Beasts. Countless powerful divine beasts lived in the Valley of Beasts. It had always been the main place for various forces to hunt divine beasts for materials and weapons. The second secret realm was the Divine Medicine Mountain. It was said that the Divine Medicine Mountain was originally the base of a large ancient sect. There were many dangerous places in the mountain, but there were also many miraculous medicinal fields, which attracted many people to search for spiritual herbs. As for the third secret realm, strictly speaking, it was not a secret realm. It was a secret teleportation portal, and the direction he was teleporting to was none other than the Endless Desert in the northwest. The Endless Desert could be said to be a natural danger zone. No one could safely cross it. However, there were some treasures in the Endless Desert that could not be found anywhere else. Therefore, the portal was left behind. Yi Xian did not know about the treasures, but when he obtained the ancient divine emperor's inheritance, Yi Xian also learned about an ancient city built in the Endless Desert. Therefore, Yi Xian would have to go to the Endless Desert sooner or later. After all, this was a place that the ancient divine emperor had specially suggested. Yi Xian believed that there would be extraordinary opportunities. According to the difficulty level and Yi Xian's needs, Yi Xian chose the Valley of Beasts as his first target. He needed to go there to train. Only when his cultivation level increased would he be able to guarantee his strength. The Valley of Beasts was located at the edge of the 100 territories. There were a lot of divine beasts here. Generally speaking, as long as there were benefits, there would be plenty of competition. There were a total of 10 cities here, which were generally known as the 10-direction city of the Valley of Beasts. Every 10% of the 10-direction city was guarded by a mysterious god expert. Therefore, no one could say that they jointly controlled the few entrances to the Valley of Beasts. At this time, Yi Xian had arrived at one of the cities. Although Yi Xian's goal was very clear, which was to kill divine beasts and level up, before that, Yi Xian still had to make some preparations. If he were to recklessly charge in, he would most likely suffer a great loss. That was why Yi Xian had come to the beast hunting battalion in the city. The beast hunting battalion originally didn't exist, but as more and more people entered the myriad beast valley to hunt god beasts, the beast hunting battalion also appeared. Hello, what would you like? The beast hunting battalion had all sorts of simple magic tools, spells, pills, as well as god beast materials. Of course, there was also some valuable information. Give me a map of the distribution of divine beasts at the heavenly god realm and low-level domain spirit god realm. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly said to that person, "All right, a map of the distribution of divine beasts at the heavenly god realm has a 70% accuracy and costs 50,000 divine crystals. A map of the low-level domain spirit god realm has a 60% accuracy and costs 100,000 divine crystals. Total 150,000. The reason Yi Xian wanted to buy this map was precisely because the distribution of divine beasts was marked on the map. Probably no one knew exactly how large the Myriad Beast Valley was because this damnable place was one secret realm after another. If one casually entered, one might even get lost in it. As for why there was such a strange place, no one knew. After obtaining the map, Yi Xian directly entered the Myriad Beast Valley. In the beginning, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He found a suitable place and ceaselessly killed divine beasts and devoured their corpses to level up. Unfortunately, Yi Xian still underestimated the danger of this place. In fact, the most terrifying thing in the Myriad Beast Valley wasn't the divine beasts, but the people. In the entire Myriad Beast Valley, there was no lack of bandits. On this day, Yi Xian was leveling up when the system's alarm suddenly sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Under attack? Where did it come from? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and the divine beasts. Only then did he begin to observe the situation around him. Yi Xian didn't need to waste any effort at all to find the people who had ambushed him. There were a total of 5 people. 5 people who didn't seem to be special on the surface. However, before Yi Xian could speak, he heard the other party speak first. Yo, kid, your reaction is quite fast. Do you know that this is our territory? Your territory? This is the Myriad Beast Valley. What? Does this Myriad Beast Valley belong to your family? It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be angry when he was interrupted on a leveling trip. Ah, kid, you even know this. Yes, this Myriad Beast Valley belongs to my family. You killed my divine beast, shouldn't you compensate us? The leader continued to speak with a smug look on his face. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, he said to the system, "System, detect their strength." Ding. System notification indicates that the targets are intermediate 3rd grade spiritual god realm, inferior 6th grade spiritual god realm, and superior 3rd grade heavenly god realm. That was all they had? They actually dared to find trouble with Yi Xian? At this moment, the leader continued, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave behind 500,000 divine crystals or divine beast materials of equivalent value as compensation. Then I can spare your life and even allow you to continue hunting divine beasts here. Otherwise, what do you want?" Yi Xian asked with disdain after knowing the strength of his opponents. "Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Ruthless? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more time. He held the Godslayer in his hand and charged directly. Godslayer. He swung his sword. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that these guys didn't have any strength at all. A single strike. With merely a single strike, Yi Xian killed that fellow at the inferior spiritual god realm. At the same time, he heavily injured that fellow at the intermediate spiritual god realm. They dared to make a move against Yi Xian with such little strength? Wasn't that no different from courting death? However, that fellow that was blasted flying didn't show any fear, and he even had a threatening expression as he spoke to Yixian. You dare to make a move against us? Are you tired of living? Do you know who we are? Yixian roared with laughter and asked casually, "What does that have to do with me?" "Kid, don't be too arrogant. We're from the Limitless God King's faction. You're courting death if you dare to offend us." The Limitless God King? Needless to say, Yixian was really shocked by this. Could it be that he's an extraordinary expert with such a great reputation? However, after hearing this person's words, Yixian finally understood what this myriad God King was. "Kid, let me tell you, the Limitless God King possesses 300 divine mountains and countless experts under his command. You'll definitely die a horrible death if you dare to offend us." "Ah, so it's a group of bandits." Chapter 2209. What do you mean by possessing 300 divine mountains? Isn't he just a bandit that claims to be a king? Could it be that Yixian is afraid of bandits? "You dare to insult Divine King Gloom? You're dead. You're absolutely dead." That person's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw Yixian look down upon Divine King Gloom. "You don't have to worry about my death, but I know that you're definitely dead." Yixian didn't want to waste time on a bandit. He waved his hand casually, and Wei Zhentian directly controlled the Godslayer sword to charge towards that person. He killed that person without any pressure at all. Even though Yixian didn't understand why this fellow was so weak, even though he possessed a cultivation at the mid-grade 3rd rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. However, this wasn't a reason for Yixian to let them off. "Flee." When the other three saw Yixian kill without any warning, they finally recalled to flee. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Wei Zhentian didn't need Yixian's orders at all, and he directly charged forward and executed 3 attacks in unison to directly kill those 3 people. After he put away their universe rings, Yixian glanced through them casually and didn't notice any special treasures that were worthy of his attention. Thus, he directly devoured them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low grade of the 8th rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Killing these 5 people was only a small interlude to Yixian. After that, Yixian continued to kill divine beasts. Along with the advancement of Yixian's cultivation, he naturally had to devour even more divine beasts to advance in his cultivation. Fortunately, there was an extremely huge amount of divine beasts here. 3 days later, Yixian had successfully advanced into the low grade of the 9th rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. However, Yixian didn't know that someone had noticed him when he killed those 5 people. "Damn it! Someone actually dared to kill my people. Let me see who has such audacity." Divine King Limitless was originally an elder of the profound Yang sect. However, the various powers of 10 Direction City were embroiled in endless wars, and the profound Yang sect was also annihilated in one of the conflicts. That was why this guy was reduced to hiding in the Myriad Beasts Valley and declaring himself king. Over the past thousands of years, he had lived a carefree life in the Myriad Beasts Valley. He had gathered more than 300 desperados under him, and from time to time, he would rob those who entered the Myriad Beasts Valley to hunt for mythological beasts. His days were quite good. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge his might. It had been so long that the boundless Divine King felt that he was truly a Divine King and did not put anything in his eyes. Knowing that his subordinates had been killed, Limitless gathered his troops and headed straight for Yixian. "Milord, it's right in front. That guy is moving around in this area. I can sense that he hasn't left yet." "Good, then let's rush over. I want to see what kind of person dares to go against me." In fact, Yixian had already sensed these people. However, Yixian had discovered a devourer, so Yixian could not bear to leave. However, the devourer this time was a little special. "Little guy, let's see where you can run to this time." Yixian was guarding outside a cave. This was the 3rd time he had tried to stop the devourer. Unfortunately, the guy had escaped the previous 2 times. "System, what kind of mythological beast is this? How can it be so fast?" Ding! System notification. Attention, host. The target is the lightning rat. It has a special gifted ability, positioning teleportation. It can teleport between predetermined positions in an instant. After hearing the system notification, Yixian had no choice but to admit defeat. The lightning rat did not have much combat power. Moreover, it was only a lower heavenly god mythological beast. However, it had managed to escape Yixian's pursuit twice by relying on its gifted ability. Little guy, let's see where you can hide this time. In order to deal with the lightning rat, Yixian had even summoned his 1,000 beast sword servants. Following Yixian's order, thousands of divine beast mounts charged forward at the same time. It was just a small cave. As long as the lightning rat did not use its gifted ability immediately, Yixian was confident that he could take it down. Unfortunately, this time, Yixian failed once again. Yixian clearly saw that one of the divine beast mounts was already waving its claws. The lightning rat had no chance of escaping. However, at that moment, the lightning rat's body emitted a strange wave of energy and disappeared again. I don't believe that you can escape from me. Yixian immediately released his divine telekinesis to search carefully. You're hiding here? Well then, let's see if you can still hide this time. Whoosh! Yixian's figure flashed. The moment he attacked, he instantly cast a restrictive spell. This restrictive spell had no other use except for the tenfold increase in gravity. Furthermore, the area was very small. The lightning rat was hiding in a tree hole and seemed to be in a panic. The sudden tenfold increase in gravity stunned it. At that moment, Yixian's hand reached in. Yixian grabbed the lightning rat in his hand. He did not dare to be careless and crushed it to death. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a special devouring beast. The new version of the devouring beast has been automatically updated. From now on, when the host kills a high-level devouring beast, there is a chance that a devouring beast with a special attribute will appear. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a high-level special devouring beast. You have obtained 3 devouring points. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a high-level special devouring beast. You have obtained a special ingredient, the heart of the lightning rat. Heart of the lightning rat? A new version of the devouring beast? Yixian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that killing this devouring beast would activate a new ability. This was an unexpected surprise. Yixian quickly checked the heart of the lightning rat. He did not know what this thing could do. If it had the special ability of the lightning rat, that would be great. Heart of the lightning rat. Material of the devouring beast. Host can use this item to fuse with a compatible skill to produce a special effect. Currently, Host does not have any space-related skills and cannot use it for the time being. Looking at the description of the heart of the lightning rat, Yixian roughly knew what it meant. This devouring beast was extremely rare. Yixian did not have many devouring points. These few times, high-level devouring beasts had appeared consecutively. This was already considered a rare occurrence. However, the consumption of devouring points was extremely high. For example, Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Fixing a magic treasure required 3 devouring points. Later on, there would be other places that would require devouring points. Devouring beast, devouring beast. Yixian could not wait to find a nest of devouring beasts. Of course, this was not realistic. However, although a nest of devouring beasts was not realistic, it was still possible for someone to send a devouring beast to him. At this moment, Limitless Supreme Being and the rest had already found Yixian's position. Yixian also noticed this group of people. However, Yixian's attention was completely attracted by Limitless Supreme Being's mount. Chapter 2210. Yixian's eyes were simply on the verge of glowing. Only Yixian could understand his desire for devour points. God King Limitless hadn't spoken yet when he noticed that Yixian was actually staring at him, and it was even to the extent that God King Limitless felt a slight chill down his spine. Kid, why are you looking at me like that? God King Limitless couldn't help but ask directly. Yixian raised his head and asked, Who are you? Kid, you don't even know who I am? Unfortunately, he hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Yixian wave his hand, and then an army instantly appeared. 1,000 god-rank mounts were at the front while the 1,000 beast sword attendants were at the center, and they directly charged towards them. What's going on? God King Limitless was even slightly unable to react in time. He was a 6th-rank high-rank domain enlightened spirit god, and he had 4 3rd and 4th-rank high-rank domain enlightened spirit gods and over 10 mid-rank domain enlightened spirit gods under his command. As for low-rank domain enlightened spirit gods, there were over 100 of them. But what's the meaning of this? He just asked who I am and directly attacked? Could it be that he's my enemy? How could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to attack because of his mounts? 1,000 Beast Feast. This time, Yi Xian activated the 1,000 Beast Feast. In an instant, the speed, strength, and so on of the 1,000 god rank mounts suddenly rose, and their combat strength became extremely formidable. God King Limitless was stunned. Yi Xian attacked without hesitation, and he didn't even give him a chance to speak. Isn't this a little too ferocious? Is he looking for trouble with Yi Xian, or is Yi Xian looking for trouble with him? Swoosh! A burst of light suddenly erupted from the God Slayer, and God King Limitless didn't dare delay at all. He directly jumped off his mount and dodged far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly jumped up and looked down from above as he charged towards the devouring beast. Midway, he casually received the god-slaying sword and abruptly slashed. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing the devourer. You've obtained 2 devour points. Ah! Devour points obtained. Yi Xian smiled. However, God King Limitless and the others were all stunned. Could it be that this guy made such a grand spectacle just to kill the limitless Divine King's mount? You brat, who are you? With Yi Xian's sudden move, Limitless God King no longer had the same imposing manner as before. At this moment, he was already incomparably flustered. He had never seen such an opponent before. At this time, Yi Xian seemed to have noticed these people. He casually turned his head, looked at Divine King Limitless, and said indifferently, "You're right. Are you the bandit who took over the mountain? Then you can die now. Kill." Under the leadership of the 1,000 Beasts sword servants and Wei Zhentian, the god-ranked mounts charged forward once more. In fact, Yi Xian had always noticed a problem. The cultivations of Divine King Limitless and the others were extremely strange. That bandit Yi Xian encountered at the beginning was like that. Even though he possessed a cultivation at the mid-level domain enlightened spirit god realm, his actual combat strength was even inferior to an ordinary low-level domain enlightened spirit god. Now, these people were the same. Even though Divine King Limitless possessed a cultivation at the high-level domain enlightened spirit god realm, his actual combat strength was probably only at the mid-level domain enlightened spirit god realm. These people's cultivations were extremely strange. To be more precise, their cultivations were empty, yet they didn't possess a corresponding strength. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Xian had guessed. The combat strengths of these people weren't worth mentioning at all, and they were completely defeated as soon as the battle began. In just a short moment, the 1,000 Beasts sword servants had annihilated all the bandits besides Divine King Limitless with their mounts. You're Divine King Limitless? How laughable! A mere bandit who took over the mountain actually dares to call himself a king? Yi Xian gazed at Divine King Limitless, who sat weakly on the ground as he spoke indifferently. Who are you? What do you want? Divine King Limitless gazed at Yi Xian with terror. In a short period of time, the forces he'd established by himself had actually been completely annihilated. Don't kill me, don't kill me. So long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you a secret, a shocking secret about the Valley of Beasts. Divine King Limitless had an astounded expression as he pleaded with Yi Xian. A secret? What sort of secret do you have that's worthy of my attention? Yi Xian held the Godslayer in hand as he walked step by step towards Divine King Limitless. However, Yi Xian didn't really care about the secret Divine King Limitless spoke of. No, I'm telling the truth. The Valley of Beasts hides a huge secret, a secret that only I know about. So long as you don't kill me, then I'll tell you what that secret is. Oh, tell me right now. If I think your secret is valuable, then I can consider sparing your life. Yi Xian wanted to see what this guy had to say. Divine King Limitless understood that he wasn't negotiating with Yi Xian on an equal footing. Therefore, since Yi Xian had given him a chance, he could only cherish it. Alright, I'll tell you. Thousands of years ago, I drifted here and hid all day long. In order to avoid the pursuit of my enemies, I ventured deep into various secret realms in the Valley of Beasts. Coincidentally, I discovered a special secret realm. Over there, you can obtain unimaginable benefits. There are countless towers over there, and as long as you can pass through each tower, you can obtain rewards. Those rewards may be divine pellets that can directly increase your realm, or they may be peerless treasures, or even powerful battle tools. That place is the legendary Myriad Beast Pavilion. Yes, it's the Myriad Beast Pavilion, an existence that was once more powerful than Mo Shang Pavilion. It's a superpower that has long since perished. I know where it is. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there. The more Divine King Limitless spoke, the more excited he became. Yi Xian could see that he wasn't lying. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. Whether or not this Divine King Limitless was killed wouldn't affect Yi Xian much. If this Myriad Beast Pavilion really existed, then exchanging Divine King Limitless life for information about the Myriad Beast Pavilion was also a good deal for Yi Xian. I'm very interested in your information. Congratulations, you don't have to die. Hand over your quintessence fragment and take me to the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Although Yi Xian spared Divine King Limitless life, it wasn't the same as giving him freedom. Divine King Limitless frowned slightly at first, but then he obediently handed over his quintessence fragment. He knew that if he wanted to live, he had to do as Yi Xian said. Alright, lead the way, take me to the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Don't worry, I said I would spare your life, so I won't regret killing you. Besides, your quintessence fragment is in my hands, there's no need for me to kill you. Yi Xian said indifferently. Of course, the limitless Divine King understood this, so he didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly led Yi Xian forward. Chapter 22:11. In ancient times, there was a sect called the Myriad Beast Pavilion. Although this sect was also famous for controlling beasts, it was not as incompetent as the Myriad Beast Pavilion that Yi Xian encountered. In fact, there were many sects with the same name as the Myriad Beast Pavilion, but their abilities were not even 1,000th of the original Myriad Beast Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, if someone mentioned the Myriad Beast Pavilion, people would think of many things. However, when the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion was mentioned, people could only think of one thing. However, no one would have thought that the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion was actually hidden in the Myriad Beast Valley. However, when one thought about it, they realized that it was only natural. The Myriad Beast Valley had an endless number of divine beasts that could not be killed. In that case, if there was no other reason, it would be impossible for there to be so many divine beasts. Under the guidance of Supreme Being Limitless, Yi Xian shuttled through one secret realm after another. These secret realms were very special. It was obvious that someone had deliberately created them. Master, please be careful. There will be 13 forks in front, and each one will be guarded by a powerful divine beast. You must not alarm them. Otherwise, we will not be able to defeat them. Supreme Being Limitless had been carefully reminding Yi Xian of some things to pay attention to along the way. Obviously, this was not his first time here. With Supreme Being Limitless leading the way, Yi Xian was not in danger. Soon they arrived at a special space. Is this the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion that you were talking about? Yi Xian looked ahead and asked Supreme Being Limitless. At this moment, if Yi Xian did not already know where he was going, he would not have believed that everything in front of him was real. In front of Yi Xian was a vast plain. There was not the slightest rise or fall, and on this plain stood countless tall towers. These towers were the trial towers of the Myriad Beast Pavilion that Supreme Being Limitless had mentioned. Yi Xian had already encountered many trial towers. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that the Pagoda of Trials seemed to be a special way for the God Realm to select disciples, or perhaps it was a way to give out special rewards. Yes, Master, this is the place. However, Master must be careful. Although it seems that there is no danger here on the surface, the higher the tower, the more different the test. Among them, the higher the tower, the more life-threatening the tower will be tested. Among them, the higher the tower, the higher the level of danger. Back then, I only chose the Tower of Trials below the 9th floor. Yi Xian nodded, but he didn't pay any attention to God King Limitless. Instead, he asked him to wait here. As for Yi Xian, he walked forward. These towers seemed to be distributed in a circular pattern. The further one walked in, the higher the tower was. Starting from the lowest tower, which only had one floor, the further in they went, the higher the tower became. Since this is my first time here, I'll choose a slightly less difficult one and test its power, Yi Xian said faintly. At the same time, he had already walked into a tower of trials that was 19 floors high. When Yi Xian stepped into the tower, a strong aura instantly engulfed his entire body. It was as if the aura wanted to see through Yi Xian. At the same time, a voice rang out. Detection and analysis complete. Target has no records. Backup file. Trial allowed. What? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. This voice was actually similar to the system's notification. How could Yi Xian not be shocked? System, what is this? Yi Xian asked the system subconsciously. Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to detect. Ding. System notification. Automatically unlocking the ancient God Emperor's inheritance. Ding. System notification. Collecting data. Collecting complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission of reactivating the sect system. The host has broken through this trial. The initial activation of the sect system will occur. Initial activation? What did this mean? Also, why did this mission feel so special? Ding. System notification. Attention to the host. The sect system has automatically been updated to the God-level sect system. The host needs to collect all kinds of sect fragments and continuously improve the God-level sect system. The current goal is to obtain a beast fragment. The more Yi Xian listened, the more confused he became. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian was very clear about. This time, if he wanted to reactivate the sect system, it would not be that simple. Of course, another explanation for this difficulty was that once Yi Xian fully activated the sect system, he would become extremely powerful. Beast fragment? Although the system did not make it too obvious, Yi Xian already understood. This was to let Yi Xian pass all the tests of the ancient beast pavilion and strengthen his way of taming beasts in the sect system. Of course, Yi Xian did not have any doubts about this. Whether it was to reactivate the sect system or to obtain rewards through the trials, Yi Xian had to complete one trial after another. A 19-story tower of trials? To Yi Xian, this was nothing. In a short while he passed. The reward was nothing more than a very ordinary elixir in Yi Xian's eyes. However, Yi Xian understood the general mechanism of the Tower of Trials through him. This trial of the ancient beast pavilion was also automatically adjusted according to the level of the person who entered. Every story was guarded by a divine beast. Killing the divine beast would allow one to advance to the next level. Since he knew the general mechanism, Yi Xian naturally would not waste his time on these ordinary towers. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the core of the tower, the core of the entire trial tower formation. There were a total of 6 towers here that looked like plum blossoms. At the core was a super tower with 9,999 stories. The seats around it were all special towers with 8,999 stories. Was this the place where the core trial of the ancient beast pavilion would take place? In that case, let's start with these 5 towers. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly pushed open the door of one of the towers and walked in. However, as soon as Yi Xian walked in, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Or rather, he had been careless. Although Yi Xian had experimented with a tower outside, in reality, the trial was not as simple as Yi Xian thought. Finally, someone has come to the trial. It's been millions of years. I've been lonely for millions of years. Finally, someone has come. Little guy, congratulations on making it here. Since you're here, you should know that you can only leave this place alive if you reach the highest point. I wish you good luck. I hope you won't be like those people before you and run out of Godhead halfway. This sentence made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat. Chapter 22:12. One had to know that divine spark depletion was different from dying in battle. Godhood depletion referred to the natural exhaustion of one's life force and divine power. Then, how long had those people been here? Are you the guardian of this training pavilion? Yi Xian asked loudly. Unfortunately, the voice didn't care about Yi Xian's intentions. Instead, it muttered to itself, "Little guy, choose your time ratio. Little guy, choose your time ratio. The lowest is 1 to 100, the highest is 1 to 100,000. The higher the time ratio, the more difficult it will be." What? Choose your own time ratio? In this training pagoda, you can choose your own time ratio? Yi Xian was shocked. One had to know that every time he entered a mystic realm, even if his time flow was different from that of the main world, at least his time flow was fixed from the start. So what was the situation in this training pagoda that Yi Xian could choose his own time ratio? What was this? How powerful did one have to be able to choose their own time ratio? For a moment, Yi Xian was stunned. Being able to choose one's own time ratio shocked Yi Xian immensely. Then, what kind of time ratio would Yi Xian choose the most suitable? One had to know that if he chose a time ratio that was relatively large, then Yi Xian might have stayed here for tens of thousands of years, but only a year had passed in the outside world. If that was the case, it was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian still had a lot of things to do. He didn't want to waste too much time here. However, if he chose a time ratio that was too large, then Yi Xian would face a lot more difficulties. The difficulty of the trial would naturally be much higher. How should he choose? It could be said that Yi Xian had to choose the most suitable ratio. Tower of Trials. I want to know if the divine beasts I've encountered in this trial are real, and if I can only receive the rewards at the end. Interesting. Little guy, you are the first to ask me such a question. I can tell you that all the trials here are fictional, but your reward will be given out once every 9 levels. Alright, in that case, I'll choose the time ratio, 1 to 10,000. Yi Xian suddenly said, causing the Tower of Trials, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to be slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Yi Xian would immediately make a choice after asking if the challenge was real or not and when the reward would be given out. There didn't seem to be anything inevitable between the two. Of course, the Tower of Trials wouldn't ask too many questions. A mythical beast? At this moment, Yi Xian felt a little regretful. It could be said that if the mythological beasts here were real, then Yi Xian would definitely be able to level up continuously. However, if they were fake images, then it would be more difficult for Yi Xian to level up. However, Yi Xian also understood in his heart that the Tower of Trials was probably designed to target ordinary disciples thousands of years ago. Presumably, even if it was incomparably difficult, it would not be filled with boundless killing intent. In that case, using a fake image of a mythical beast would be the best choice. Choose your initial boost. You can now choose a transcendent artifact or choose the boost of your cultivation level. Yi Xian was once again stunned. He had not expected the Tower of Trials to have such a mechanism. Choose a boost? In other words, as long as Yi Xian reached a certain standard, then he would be able to obtain a special boost in battle strength in the Tower of Trials. This kind of trial was simply unheard of. Of course, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. Treasure? Yi Xian didn't lack treasures, but as for a realm boost, Yi Xian wasn't willing to choose. Can I keep the boost from the Tower of Trials for use in the future? Little guy, you are getting more and more interesting. You are the first to ask me for this. Of course, you can choose to keep it for use in the future. Through the boost, you can use it at any time. Of course, only when you are in the Tower of Trials. Yi Xian nodded. Since this was the case, then it was easy to handle. After understanding everything, Yi Xian did not hesitate and walked straight ahead. On the first level, Yi Xian encountered a mythical beast with a cow's head. This mythical beast had great strength, but its realm was the same as Yi Xian's. The initial level was the same as Yi Xian's? In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see what the next challenge would be like. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that as he passed all 99 levels in one go, all the monsters were of the same realm as him. It was just that the types of monsters were constantly changing. And when he killed the mythical beast on the 99th level, a beam of light descended, delivering Yi Xian's first reward. At the same time, he received another boost. Oh, this is the frost-flying snow. Yi Xian opened the reward box and was stunned when he saw what was inside. The frost-flying snow was not a high-grade or special resource, but it was extremely rare. The frost-flying snow's effect was that it could instantly change the current environment when it was used. It could be said to be equivalent to a cold winter space for a short period of time. This item did not have any practical use, but it was extremely difficult to obtain because this item could not be refined. It could only be obtained through luck. Yi Xian did not expect that his first reward would be such a special item. However, Yi Xian did not know that his surprise had only just begun. In the following challenges, Yi Xian would receive a boost every 99 levels. At the same time, he would also receive a treasure as a reward. And these rewards were all special resources without exception. Especially when Yi Xian passed the 99th level, the item he received was a legendary item. Ding! System notification. Specified item, Secret Zone Stone. With this item, the host can create a secret zone on his own. There is no time or place limit. Yes, the reward for the 99th level was such an item. Many experts were able to create a secret realm, but they relied on their powerful abilities. However, Yi Xian's Secret Zone Stone could create a secret zone just by crushing it. There was no need to explain which one was more powerful. They were all special items. The challenge rewards here were all special items. The Ancient Beast Pavilion was so powerful. How many resources did they have? How could they be so rich that they could get whatever they wanted? They could even use so many special items as a reward for clearing a level. One had to know that there were countless towers like this, even though Yi Xian was currently in one of the 6 core towers. How terrifying was the Ancient Beast Pavilion? How strong were they exactly? However, Yi Xian also realized that there were only special resources here. Chapter 22:13. As for the rest, there was nothing else. Yi Xian had already accumulated 12 activations, but Yi Xian still had not chosen to use them. Yi Xian was secretly rejoicing that he had not used any of his abilities. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult for him to pass the trial tower. Yi Xian had a feeling that the augmentation of the trial tower was a trap. Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that if he chose to use the augmentation, the difficulty of the challenge would increase. However, the augmentation granted to the trial taker did not belong to him, so he would not be able to use his full strength. This meant that many trial takers, even if they had the ability to pass, would not be able to pass if they used the augmentation. It was a huge trap, but it was also a fatal test. What augmentation was this? It was a hidden test. Fortunately, Yi Xian had not used it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As the challenge progressed, the divine beasts that Yi Xian faced continued to become stronger. At this moment, the bull-headed divine beast that Yi Xian had encountered on the first level appeared in front of him once again. It's this bull-headed divine beast again? What special ability did you obtain this time? Yi Xian said calmly as he looked at the bull-headed divine beast. In any case, Yi Xian had seen this bull-headed divine beast countless times. At the beginning, it had only relied on brute strength. As its speed increased and it gained some special abilities, the bull-headed divine beast's strength continued to increase. In this challenge of the Ancient Beast Pavilion, his opponents were getting stronger time and time again. However, Yi Xian's strength did not change at all. This was because Yi Xian could not use the augmentation abilities. Roar! Suddenly, the ox-headed divine beast let out a loud roar as a powerful sound wave swept towards Yi Xian. This move again? Is this the ability you obtained the third time you appeared? It's a pity that it is useless against me. Yi Xian's body tensed up as his divine consciousness quickly sealed off his hearing. Although the sound wave was powerful, it did not affect him at all. Rumble! Like a landslide, the entire ground shattered rapidly, and streams of scorching magma gushed out. Yi Xian looked like he was dancing. He danced freely on the rocks, completely ignoring the scene in front of him. This was because this move was something that Yi Xian had experienced before. Suddenly, a dozen lava ox-headed mythical beasts formed around Yi Xian and charged at Yi Xian. The ability I obtained this time is to control lava? Unfortunately, it's useless. Yi Xian said indifferently. The god-slaying sword in his hand suddenly moved. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying sword slaughtered those lava bull-headed divine beasts at an extremely fast speed. Boom, boom. Every time the sword slashed down, a mythical lava beast would be killed. However, Yi Xian did not seem to be affected at all. He stood there steadily, only occasionally dodging. The challenge continued. Although Yi Xian only faced a few mythical beasts, their abilities were strengthened time and time again. The further they went, the more difficult it was for them. The flow of time was 1 to 10,000, so Yi Xian did not have to worry too much about wasting time. In fact, Yi Xian did not use too much time. Of course, it was not too long, but it was not over. ***, I've been grinding with this guy for 3 years. Am I going to keep wasting time like this? At this time, Yi Xian had already reached the 5,732nd floor. However, he encountered a thorny problem here. Back then, the lightning rat had a special ability that allowed it to set up something like a teleportation array in advance. When needed, it could activate it and then evade. Now, the thunder god eagle that Yi Xian was facing had obtained an ability similar to the lightning rat's special ability. It could also change its position in the air at any time. In this ancient tower of trials, every level would simulate an individual environment. It could be a snowy mountain, a grassland, or a plain. All kinds of landforms were completely random. If he didn't kill the target divine beast, then the illusion wouldn't disappear. Yi Xian had tried before, but if he used the system to destroy the illusion, then the challenge would only start again. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't do such a thing a long time ago. Yi Xian had already spent a full 1,000 years in this trial. Of course, the 1,000 years in here were not that long in the outside world. After all, Yi Xian had chosen a time ratio of 1 to 10,000. Deity vanquishing slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian brandished the god-slaughtering sword. A powerful sword light shot towards the thunder god hawk at an incomparably fast speed. Unfortunately, even Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence. Indeed, the thunder god eagle's figure flashed and disappeared again. If Yi Xian had been in an environment with high mountains, perhaps it would have been better. However, Yi Xian was now in a plain environment. The sword light disappeared, and the deity vanquishing slash missed again. ***, I can't let this go on. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be trapped here. Yi Xian thought to himself. In fact, he had already used all the methods he could think of. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form would be refreshed every day. However, no matter what form the Dharma treasure took, Yi Xian could not do anything to the thunder god eagle. At the same time, Yi Xian had used the god slayer, the 1,000 beast sword servants, the divine mount, and even the summon the heavens ability. It was useless, completely useless. The thunder god eagle's previous buff was its powerful senses. It could use its divine telekinesis to set up a domain-like divine telekinesis space in the entire virtual space. Before any of Yi Xian's actions could be executed, the thunder god eagle would already know. Then, it could teleport without any cooldown and make him disappear quickly. Rumble! It's coming again! Yi Xian's figure dodged quickly. In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, countless lightning bolts formed a purgatory. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already used to this attack method. This was the lightning attack method that the thunder god eagle had when it first appeared. Although it had been strengthened many times, its attack method had not changed much. Therefore, Yi Xian was able to dodge. This can't go on. What should I do? System, do you have any good ideas? After entering the ancient Tower of Trials, Yi Xian had not called for the system for a long time. However, this time, he could only ask for the system's help. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. The host currently has 2 options. First, use special materials to strengthen the host's body. This will allow the host to have faster reflexes and stronger divine telekinesis. Ding. Second option, the host can use special materials to set up special restrictions to trap the target. Chapter 22:14. In fact, Yi Xian had asked the system before, but the answer he received was not what Yi Xian wanted. One had to know that if the special materials that Yi Xian had obtained could be brought out and strengthened with devour points, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain countless benefits. If he directly used them to strengthen his body, then it would be a waste. If the method of using devouring points to deal with the special materials was considered to be 100, then the method of using the special materials to strengthen his body would only be worth 1. In other words, he would waste 90% of the materials. Yi Xian was not willing to waste, let alone waste 99% of the materials. As for the bait, Yi Xian could not accept it. Using up a lot of special materials to bait the Thunder God Eagle was a stupid method of waiting for the rabbit. It was not a method that Yi Xian liked. What should he do? Could it be that there was no other choice now? Could it be that he could only waste the materials? Yi Xian gritted his teeth. If it was a waste, then so be it. After all, the abilities would still belong to him after the strengthening. System, use the best strengthening method. I want to use the special materials to strengthen myself. Special materials were the only reward in the ancient Tower of Trials. But now, he had no choice but to use them. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Please select a strengthening method. Available choices: strengthen divine sense, breakthrough bloodline, strengthen reflexes, strengthen divine power control. Breakthrough bloodline. Indeed, Yi Xian really wanted to break through bloodline. However, if he used specific materials to break through, then he only needed a few of them. But if Yi Xian chose to break through now, he would use up almost all of his special materials. Of course, the other choices were not much better. These special materials could not be said to give Yi Xian what he wanted. In the end, Yi Xian could only use the wasteful method to achieve his goal. Fortunately, since Yi Xian had already decided to waste, he did not mind wasting a little more. System, I want to break through bloodline. At the same time, use the remaining special materials to strengthen divine sense. Yi Xian was prepared to waste everything in one go. Ding. System notification. Material combination complete. Ding. System notification. Host's bloodline breakthrough. Ding. System notification. Demigod War God bloodline, Demigod Sword God bloodline fusion. Ding. System notification. The host has used a special material to forcefully fuse with the bloodline, causing the bloodline to mutate. Ding. System notification. Mutation is continuing. Ding. System notification. Mutation complete. All of the host's special resources have been devoured by the new bloodline. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a unique bloodline, divine bloodline, eternal bloodline. Eternal bloodline? What kind of bloodline was this? Most importantly, Yi Xian had originally planned to say that it was a special material used to strengthen his spiritual force, but it had been completely devoured by the eternal bloodline. In that case, what was so special about this eternal bloodline? Yi Xian began to check his special bloodline. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but the moment he saw it, he was shocked. It could be said that when he saw the description of the eternal bloodline, Yi Xian fell into ecstasy. Eternal bloodline. The only unique bloodline that is unique to the host. Special attribute 1, all-rounder. Gods at the level of Lord God and above could master 1 or 2 special natural laws, such as time, space, life, and so on. However, even the most talented Lord Gods could only master 2 laws at most. However, with the eternal bloodline, the host could master all powers of laws as long as the host was willing and met the prerequisites. Master all powers of laws. This eternal bloodline was really too powerful. Yi Xian looked at the first attribute and was stunned. Just what kind of growth space did this eternal bloodline give Yi Xian? It was simply unimaginable to Yi Xian himself. Of course, the eternal bloodline was still a super big bottle for now. As for what kind of water was in it, only Yi Xian could choose in the future. Special attribute 2, force devouring. This attribute allows the host to directly devour any power of laws, regardless of whether it comes from an enemy or a natural law. As long as the host meets the prerequisites, the host can directly devour it. Special Attribute 3, Eternal Body. The eternal bloodline gives the host the right to eternal life. As long as the host's body is not completely destroyed, even if the godhead is broken, the host can self-repair. As long as a single cell exists, the host can self-revive. Of course, the revival time will be extremely long. At the same time, the host's recovery ability is stronger. The second attribute could be considered a complement to the first attribute, but the third attribute gave Yixian an immortal body. As long as a single cell existed, the host could be revived. Moreover, even if the godhead was broken, the host would not die. Not only would the host not die, the godhead would self-repair. Who had ever heard of such an ability? Powerful and invincible. As expected of Yixian's unique bloodline, he probably wouldn't be able to find a second one with such a powerful bloodline. However, was this all? Was this the full extent of the eternal bloodline? No, this was just the beginning. Skill 1. Eternal Domain. The host can construct his own special domain. In the eternal domain, all the host's attributes, including level, will be directly increased by 100 times. To construct a special domain, the host needs to use special eternal points. Moreover, every activation will also consume eternal points. Cooldown time, 1000 years. Skill 2, Eternal Reward. The host can reward any person, beast, demon, etc. according to his wishes. Targets not directly related to the host will be randomly rewarded. The reward will be randomly determined according to the host's eternal points. Skill 3, the host's current realm is insufficient, so it will not be activated for the time being. Skill 4, the host's current realm is insufficient, so it will not be activated for the time being. Skills up to 10. F***CK, isn't this a little too much? Yixian looked at his new bloodline and was dumbfounded. Even he could not help but feel that it was a little too much. Of the 10 skill slots, only 2 had been unlocked, and Yixian was already stunned. Then how powerful would the other 8 skills be? However, Yixian still did not know what eternal points were. After all, there was no introduction to it yet. However, according to Yixian's experience, it was probably something like the killing intent from before. It could also be something like devour points. Although Yixian knew that the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline could be upgraded to the unparalleled Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline, this eternal bloodline was obviously stronger. Moreover, the Sword God bloodline's Sword Servant and Battle God bloodline's Battle God mount skills were retained. This eternal bloodline was a special God-level bloodline that extended from the mutation of the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline. Simply put, Yixian now had 3 bloodlines in his body. They were the demigod-level Battle God bloodline, the Sword God bloodline, and the God-level Eternal bloodline. However, just as Yixian was about to get excited, he was interrupted. Boom! A huge bolt of divine lightning fell from the sky. The thunderous god Eagle did not care about what Yixian was thinking. While Yixian was in a daze, the thunderous god Eagle undoubtedly had the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Damn it! Yixian rolled on the ground in a sorry state and tried to dodge.